good to go. And when it turns red, it's hot. Right now,
Yeah.
so turn it off.
Okay,
Wanna
can
try
I?
it?
Let's see if I could do it fast.
No, no. Boom, boom. Okay?
Why does it do that with all those clicks as opposed to an on and off?
It's because of the system they have.
Yeah.
They have to program it that way.
It's terrible. You should be able to just press a button.
I agree. I think they all should all be that way. And there's like the call queue
Yeah.
before, but they want to restrict the mics.
I know, but Jeff was trying to program mine so it was on all the time.
No, I know. But at least now you have
The manager's is on all the time.
George's exact same.
Yeah, it's a
And so
pain
is the
in the neck.
clerk. I hear you. I hear you.
To be, because I do like to butt in from time to time.
Only every
Once in a while.
I don't know if I saw it. I saw something with Vanessa's name on it, but I didn't know it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is that too loud? Welcome. We're going to start tonight and call to order our presentation ceremony. It's approximately 5:10 p.m. Our first presentation is Ocean Reef Community Foundation grant. We've got Mr. David Ritz and Mr. Jay Holmes here to present something very nice and well appreciated to SOS. Sandy, would you like to come up, please? Hold on. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Holmes. I'm a 30-year member of the Ocean Reef Club, and with me is David Ritz, the president of the Ocean Reef Community Association. We are here today to present a contribution to one of your great charitable missions, Start Off Smart. But first, let me tell you a bit about the Ocean Reef Community Foundation, of which I am a member of the Grants Committee. Our foundation will be giving away nearly $900,000 this year to 40 charities, almost all of which are in the Upper Keys, Florida City, and the Homestead communities. We are pleased to be able to support many worthy charities in the areas of education, youth, health, and family services. We have a check in the amount of $36,750 payable to Start Off Smart SOS. When we visited SOS, we were very impressed with the work that they are doing to support families exposed to violence, and especially the way they are structured to work with local law enforcement. This particular grant is to fund an additional person, an additional hire, to work with children exposed to violence. He will be helping connect them up with all of the activities in the community that deal with this type of nasty, nasty event. So we're pleased to make this contribution, and we wish you all well.
I want to just thank you, gentlemen, and thank the Ocean Reef Club for, what we're very proud of SOS, and we're very proud of our police department and what they do for us on a day-to-day basis. And they'll leverage your money over and over and over again, and it'll be well spent and it's well appreciated. Thank you both very much, and thank your club as well. Thank you. Our next presentation, if you're ready, Mr. Shelley.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to. It's kind of a new facility, new space. I'm not quite sure how these special presentations are going to work, but we'll make it through. I'd like to invite up Commissioner Levine Cava, and as well as Pedro Ramos from Everglades National Park, and the rest of the National Park representatives here. And they're here today to present an award and recognize Commissioner Cava for her good works and the experience the Everglades exhibit at MIA. I think one of the first meetings I had with Commissioner Cava, we started speaking about wouldn't it be great if we could have a presence for our national parks right in MIA, all these millions of travelers that come through MIA every single year, and to have a presence. And so she took the ball, she ran with it, she led the charge, and as a result, for the last 4 months now, we've had a grand exhibit in all different places and all parts of MIA, and it's been a great for bringing attention to not only the Park Service, but also our National Parks Trolley in the city of Homestead. And so with that, I'd like to now turn it over to Superintendent Ramos to do a presentation. And you can either stand this way or you can address the crowd, your choice.
Can I stand on that side?
You can, yes, you can.
I'll keep my flat hat here. Chief, how are you? Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today. I'm Pedro Ramos. I'm the superintendent for Everglades and Dry Tortugas National Park. I keep telling people we cannot forget that little gem of a place out there in the middle of the ocean. Also with me, Mr. Bill Cox. He's the acting superintendent at Biscayne National Park over here to our east. It's a tremendous privilege to be here today to celebrate a very special person. As we take some time this year as a national park system throughout the country to celebrate the 100th anniversary, 100 years of having a national park system in place here in our country, protecting the most special places that we have in our nation. I can't help but to not only think about all of those 411 places that we have in the country that compose our national park system, but also the people that throughout 100 years have made these places possible and that have made them blossom and become what they are today. And Commissioner Cava, frankly, you are one of those people. You are one of those people. The work that you have done, the friendship that you have afforded the 4 national parks down here, not just the one in your district, is amazing and is tremendously appreciated. As we celebrate the Park Service's centennial, our most important goal is to connect in a meaningful way with the American people. And I can't imagine a better place to be and to do that and to make those connections than at the Miami airport. And I don't think, even though there were others that played a role in allowing us the opportunity to go into the airport and have the kind of presence that we have in the airport, you played that leading role. You opened the window, you opened the doors for us to be there. And for that, I have a very appropriate plaque. We like to give plaques in the shape of the arrowhead, the symbol, the iconic symbol of the National Park Service. And it has the trolley in it.
Oh, the trolley.
Mr. Shelley. Biscayne and Everglades National Parks. To Daniela Levine Cava, Miami-Dade County Commissioner, thank you for your vision and dedication in bringing South Florida's national parks and the gateway city of Homestead into Miami International Airport. This is not only good for the parks, but clearly great for the city of Homestead. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Superintendent, thank you so much.
And this is yours.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
I know that you're looking for a hat. Maybe I'll get you a hat one of these days.
It's really beautiful.
Mr. Mayor.
Look how beautiful this is. It's really special. Well, thank you. Who gets to be with 2 superintendents, a mayor, and council people? And really, this was your idea. So let's just say, Councilman Steve Shelley, it was his idea. But if I may just tell you a little bit about why the parks are so special to me, I'd like to do that. Is that okay? Yes. Oh, I'll come here. Okay, great. Well, I moved to South Florida 34 years ago. I know I don't look that old. And I fell in love with the Everglades and with Biscayne Bay. And I know that not everybody in this great community even knows about Everglades, and many don't have the good fortune to be able to go out into the bay. So how fortunate am I? My best family vacations have all been in these national parks. My 2 children grew up spending all their free time out in nature. My daughter is now a full-time environmentalist thanks to that experience, and we've crossed the River of Grass. We've done that trip. My husband's done it 5 times. I've done it twice, right across the middle, 3 nights, sleeping on canoes, on platforms, and I did it right before taking office to really prepare myself for the journey ahead. So to be honored by you for what just comes naturally, right, is very, very special. And I know that Councilman Shelley loves this as much as I do. And you know he's a photographer as well, and his pictures of these natural areas are very, very special, very evocative. And here we are, as the superintendent said, nestled between 2 national parks and 2 more nearby, and I have been in every single one of them. I've slept in Big Cypress, I've been to the Dry Tortugas, and I know sometimes people remember a story all the best, so I'll tell you a little story. I went to the Dry Tortugas one time for Thanksgiving vacation with my mother, with my mother-in-law, with my nieces, with my sister-in-law, with my children, with my husband. We had turkey right next to the fort. Had a fabulous time, except I took a slug of I was thirsty, of a clear liquid in a bottle. It turned out to be kerosene. So that was not too good.
Not good.
Not good. Fortunately, I could tell right away it wasn't the right thing to drink. So there was no lasting damage, but unfortunately, the beauty of being out in Fort Everglades and Dry Tortugas always goes with that memory of drinking kerosene. But the idea of showcasing these parks at the airport is absolutely brilliant. And it is, however, a little bit risky, because when I drive into the airport now and the picture of the park flashes overhead, I almost have an accident every time.
It's happened to me.
Yes? Oh,
Yes.
it's totally startling, yeah. And then I go to we have columns with pictures of very attractive female rangers, and I go up to them, and I put my arms around them and take selfies. And then on the screen inside the airport, we have rolling slides of some of the beautiful imagery of the parks. That was the brilliant idea. And truthfully, it would not have come to pass without my secret weapon. So I would like to introduce you to Maria Levrant. If you would please stand, Maria, be recognized. Okay. So Maria is our Chief of Constituent Services, so if you need anything solved, she's the one. But also, she had been the PIO, Public Information Officer, at the airport. So she knew all the players, and truthfully, that's how it got done, right? Isn't that how it works? So I certainly hope that this will generate more awareness of these great parks. All fourth graders and their families can go for free all year long because of this special anniversary. The official anniversary is in August, so we'll continue to celebrate. And nobody cares more about these parks than Homestead, that embraces them with our trolley system. And so congratulations to all of you for that leadership. So thank you very, very much for the honor. I know I've gone on a little longer than anybody thought I
Thank you,
should.
Commissioner. I do have a coin that I'm very stingy with. I don't give it out to everybody. You saw me give it out last week to somebody special. And I could tell that you were jealous.
I was.
But I could not wait for today to come by so that I can give you your own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership.
Great job.
Councilman, thank you.
Thank you very much.
A picture?
Oh, I gotta take my freaking computer. And we have the best naturalist. If you are so fortunate to get him out there at Shark Valley.
Great story.
Yes, great story.
One for Maria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be back to celebrate the Biscayne Everglades Greenway
Yes.
very soon, right? We're gonna take care of that.
Next big project.
Next big project, okay.
Now I have the privilege of recognizing the next 2 months Artists in the Spotlight program, Sandy DeWitt Photography. If she'd like to come up and talk a little bit about her photography and what she does, what inspires her, what you can learn more about her photography. And the Artists in the Spotlight program was created, I guess 5 or 6 years ago now. It was art in the chambers. And then from there we left the chambers and it became Artists in the Spotlight, and it's at the community center now. So she has an example of one of her pieces of work that she can see and talk about, but the full exhibit is viewable at the community center, which is where we used to hold our council meetings. We hope to have some developments with the Artists in the Spotlight program very soon. We're going to maybe move or change locations again, so hopefully at the next time we'll announce that. But I'll now turn the microphone over to you to talk about your photography.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Shelley, for creating an avenue for artists to show their work, and Ms. Wells for all your hard work in the coordination of the program. I really, really appreciate it. My name is Sandy DeWitt, and I've been a photographer since 1976, since my dad handed me my 110 camera. I took that 110 camera to the Rhode Island School of Photography, where I graduated 4th in my class. Since then, I've been helping architects and general contractors with their marketing images, and I travel the country to create art. You will see 3 different techniques displayed on the walls at the community center. Some of it's my black and white work, inspired by Ansel Adams, my color, and my transition to digital. You'll see a bunch of orchids that are digitally remastered. Each of my pieces comes with an interesting story, and the deer and keyhole here is no exception. This image, with the cooperation of the Deering Estate, took 5 years to make to get it perfect. If you come to my open house on Friday, May 13th, from 6 to 8, I can tell you all about it, and any others that you may have an interest in. My art will be on the walls until May 18th, and all of it is for sale. After that, I am looking for a new space to hang them, so if anybody has any suggestions, please reach out. And if you're so inclined, you can follow my adventures on my blog. There is a stunning image of the new City Hall that we're in today, and a link can be found on my website, which is sandydewitt.com. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Next item is recognition of Southwest Advisory Committee members. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you.
Hold on a second, let me get you on here. Go ahead, sir.
To Mayor and Council, to this August body, to those who are here in attendance, it gives me a great pleasure to present and give honor to one of the committees that was established some years ago, the Southwest Advisory Board Committee. And that committee is to ensure the special interests of the Southwest area, whether this is residents or businesses or what have you, to help bring about development, to encourage and foster relationships. And there are some persons who have served on the board quite some time, but we're only going to acknowledge those who served on the board for the last 2 years, and I think they are here, some of them. We operate, we have been chairing over the Martin Luther King Breakfast for almost 6 years, and the CRA residential grant and facade and commercial grants, the Southwest Advisory Board has had the tremendous charge of overseeing those applications to grant and recommend to this council its approval or denial. And so they have done a Herculean of a job over the course of time. We've given our backpacks, we've fed the homeless, we've given turkeys away during the holidays, we've done Easter projects, job fairs, all for the betterment of the Southwest Advisory, all through the development of the Southwest Advisory Committee, but to ensure that the people of the Southwest had those tangible things that we can contribute back to our community. So without further ado, let me invite those persons who have served in these capacities. And I'm going to start with Sister Adelia Martinez, which is one of the older members of the board. When I mean older, meaning she was probably one of the founding members on the board. And so she has served in the spirit of excellence, and her work in the community and her work in the city has been very, very tremendous. And the plaque, these read, for being a shining example, Southwest Advisory Committee for 2014 through 2016. We honor you for your service and for your contribution in which you have given back to the city. So thank you so very much. The next one is Sister Janet Mallory, which was, I think, appointed maybe about 2 years ago or so, and so she's here. She has worked in efforts in serving her community, and we present you with this also, this shining, being a shining example of the Southwest Advisory Board. Also, I don't know, his dad is here. Okay. This award is for Antravius Smith, who has served as the chairperson for the board for the last 2 years. an incredible, dynamic person with enthusiasm and leadership. And most of the ideas that we have come up with has been some of his brainchild to do. And so he's not here tonight, but his parents are here, so I'm going to invite them up. Oh, he's here? He's coming up? All right, tell him to hurry up. All right. The other one, I think these two, LaWanda Braggs, I don't think she's here, but we will recognize them for what their efforts have been. Sister Braggs has also been one of the persons who have been on the Southwest Advisory Board for years, and she has contributed so much to the city and has done an outstanding job. And so we honor her for that. And the other one is Kevin Miles, who has sat on the Planning and Zoning Board, sat on the Southwest Advisory Board, and he was also one of my appointees to the Centennial for the 100-year celebration for the city of Homestead, and he's done remarkable work and very active in the community. And so Mr. Smith is here. I invite him up, the chairman of the board, that he has done extraordinary leadership. And we thank you, my brother, for what you have done and your contribution that you've made to the city of Homestead. And I say thank you. All of this that we do could not have been possible without the mayor's leadership and giving me charge over the board or as a liaison, but it could not happen without the wonderful people of the committee and the community to come together to foster such great and unique opportunities for the people in the Southwest. And so thank you so much, and I'm going to allow them one skinny minute to say something. Matter of fact, 30 seconds, if you permit me, Mayor. All right.
Good afternoon. We'd like to thank each and every one for seeing the leadership in us as being a part of the Southwest Advisory Committee. We thank God for your love and most of all your prayers.
Mayor and Council and Councilman Jimmy Williams, it is a pleasure to serve on this committee. We all work together as teamwork to provide services, and like you said, we clean up the Southwest, we help, and we want to make a difference. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and general public. I'm honored to be here tonight to receive this award. Honored to work alongside Councilman Jimmy Williams with his vision for the Southwest, and look forward for 2 more years to continue to work hard in the Southwest to better our community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And as I said, the chairman has done some extraordinary things, and most of the stuff that we do has been the brain work and brainchild of Mr. Smith, who's really been engaged, and Adelia with her involvement, and Miss Mallory with your involvement. We're grateful, and words cannot adequately express how deep of happiness that we as the city of Homestead. So I'll ask the public and the mayor to give to you all an applause for the hard work that you have done over the last years. And so we say thank you for that. As the board hopefully will transition, we have some new members that will be appointed on the board. So we're looking for better insight and better viability of the community and also the board so we can go to higher heights. And so thank you so much. I'd like to get a quick picture. If we can, Mayor, would you indulge that? Thank you so very much. Yes, all of you all. Because you all confirmed all of these beautiful appointments. So I want one with the mayor and council, myself, and then the families, if they're here, we'll get a picture with the families, okay? Yeah. We invite the families to come up for their photo out for this moment. Come on. Yeah, the families. I won't leave y'all out. Mr. Smith works for the city. How long you been working for the city, Mr. Smith? 30 years. September, you've been with the city of Homestead. 13 years. 30. 30. Whoa. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, that's going to conclude our presentation ceremony. Give us a few minutes. We'll get the rest of the council here, and we'll go directly into our council meeting, maybe 10 minutes. But get the rest of the body here. Thank you all. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming tonight. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's the Wednesday, April 20th, 2016 council meeting. It's approximately 5:47 p.m. The invocation tonight will be by Pastor Larry Hobbs from Victory Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Vice Mayor Faircloth and the Police Explorers. Would you all please stand?
All right. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, shall we? Father in heaven, we love you, and we thank you for your many wonderful blessings in our lives. We thank you for this beautiful building, these facilities, and what you're doing here in our beloved city. Father, today we come before you and we ask for your guidance and your wisdom through these next moments as folks are here with many concerns, I'm sure. I pray, dear Father, that we'll all be of one accord. And Father, I pray that everyone will have a right spirit. Everyone will be on the same team, because we certainly are all on the same team, wanting what's best for our community. Father, how we pray that you will bless our city, our mayor, council members, and other people, dear Lord, who have a part in making sure that we're safe and that things keep running well. Father, how I pray that we will also be a community that is known as a community that loves you. Father, I pray that you'll help us to take the principles found within the Word of God and that we'll teach them to our children, and so that folks can live honorable lives. Thank you, dear Lord Jesus, for the Bible. We pray that you'll bless this meeting now. We ask this in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Please join me as we recite our nation's anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Hobbs, for the prayer, and Vice Mayor for the pledge, and the Police Explorers, and a happy birthday to the Vice Mayor today. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley?
Here.
Councilman Maldonado? Here. Councilman Williams? Councilman Roth?
Here.
Councilman Burgess? Here. Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Here.
Mayor Porter?
Here. Next item on the agenda is we're going to pull tab 9 up to the front. Mr. Williams, go right ahead. Yes, sir.
I'd like to declare.
Hold on, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
Yes, I'd like to declare a conflict on item tab number 10, 13, 14, and 15. I have a conflict with the applicant for past business dealing.
All right, sir. Thank you. So noted. We're back on tab 9. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, in consideration of the layout of the council chambers in the new City Hall, attaches a resolution for the mayor and council's review with minor changes to the council meeting procedures and agenda format.
Questions from council?
We're going to need a motion in a second. Do we need a motion?
Is there a motion to move tab 9? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is a public hearing. Basically, what we're trying to do is establish some basic understanding of the rules of protocol. We're in a new building. the design is different, the standing in the aisles interferes, so we're trying to lay out some guidelines that allows everyone to know what the process is so that we can, obviously give everybody a chance to speak and not let anybody be interrupted by something in the way. So this is our first attempt. We've got a question card, a comment card that we're working on. We're not going to hold everybody to the rule tonight because we're working through this process, but we're trying to get a more professional feel to the way, because we're in a professional building, we want to have a more professional feel to how we structure our meetings. So that's the intent of this item. So anyone from the public would like to comment on tab 9, you're welcome to come up at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
They can't hear.
Can't hear us? Okay, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. This is a public hearing. If you're interested in speaking for or against tab 9, this resolution, which basically just lays out the protocols, some of the ideas of how we want people to function in the building. That's all this is. We're establishing a sergeant at arms. We're establishing no standing, no areas, just to try to protect the public from being interfered with when we're doing business. So I'll close the public portion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes, motion carries. Thank you. Is Ms. Rashine, is she here tonight? She had a presentation. Jessica? If we have to, we'll come back. Tab 2 was legislative update. Is that going to be by Holly as well? Okay. Was Jose going to, Mr. Manager, have you had any contact by anyone that's going to present legislative updates?
Our lobbyists were supposed to be here. I don't see them there. But I guess we can hold off until we see somebody
Okay.
shows up.
All right, so we'll move on to the public comment section. And what we've got a lot of people here that are interested in a particular item on the agenda, say the tab 10 item or the item that's referencing the rezoning in the northwest section. If you filled out a comment card, what I'm going to do is hold that card for that particular item. Those items are going to come up first. So this is just for public comments that are not referencing a particular item on the agenda. And I know we have Ms. Rivera from the Mayor's Youth Council here that would like to speak. Is she here?
Yes.
Can you come to the podium, please? Just one. Only one.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to thank everybody who contributed to our Philadelphia trip. Apparently, this was the most contributions that we've ever gotten from our city council, so I'd just like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It was really, really a great experience, and we're really, really, really lucky to have had that, and you were a big part of it, and we'd just like to thank all of you. One of the things that we did was that we went to go meet up with the Mayor's Youth Council of Philadelphia, and that was one of the best things that we've ever gotten to do. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna fix this a little bit. And you guys were a really, really, really big part of that. So really, really, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sullivan? No? Anyone that filled out a card, or if you didn't fill out a card, you want to make a comment, a public comment now, you're welcome to come at this time. Again, we're working through the zoning questions. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment section. We're going to move on with the agenda. We're going to go into,
They gave us a card, and I was told that they would pass that on to you.
hold on just a second. Just come forward, Mr. Womble. I'm trying to work through this, okay?
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens of Homestead. I'm here to speak on the issue of body cameras for our police officers. For over the past several weeks, a group of concerned citizens have been meeting with various faith leaders of our community, residents, business owners, citizens, and elected officials. A member of the organization or the committee, Mr. Hill, and I met with 4 of the council members and the mayor. During our frank discussion, some thought that our actions were an indictment of the police department. I'm here to tell you that if it were an indictment on the police department, you can be rest assured that I would have nothing to do with it. My goal is to be able to live in a community where the rights and property of all people are respected. Many of the officers, some say that I am against, I grew up with. Others, I have come to know by living here. Even more importantly, several of the officers I have had the pleasure of teaching and have encouraged them to join the force. Why would I turn against them? It's preposterous. I would never turn on someone that I helped to raise. I helped to mature as young men and as young women. So what are the concerns of the citizens? Our concerns are about the indictment of the police department, but an affirmation of a commitment to the rule of law and to our community. In researching the data associated with the topic of body cameras, there was 2 items of contention. 1, the effectiveness of the cameras. 2, the cost of the cameras. Effectiveness. According to criminal psychologists, the presence of cameras make both the officers and the public act more responsibly when they come in contact with each other. Other words, everyone acts a little differently when they know that they are doing where they're being recorded. Cameras have proven to de-escalate contentious encounters rather than escalate them. The use of cameras have also proven to save on man-hours associated with criminal investigations. The cost associated with cameras. The cost associated with purchasing ranges from $200 per camera to the most advanced to $2,000 per camera. However, as the city manager stated, the government has grant money. I greatly appreciate it, sir. I thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Newton, Robert Newton, was your request for a tab item? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to go back to tab 1, a presentation from Representative Holly Rashine. Representative, how are you tonight? We may have started a few seconds early, but...
Well, hello and good evening, and thank you for the past gentleman for your comments. I think we did some really great work at the legislative level this year regarding body cameras and things like that. So if you want a little update from my office on that, happy to give that to you later. However, I'm here to talk about Southern Miami-Dade County and Homestead specifically, and I come to you in a very different light than I did last time. The one shining happy delivery or whatever from Tallahassee that I brought last year was, of course, the funding for the Seminole Theater. We had a rough session. We had a rough 4 sessions, you could actually technically say. And this year, I am happy to report that it was a much better situation in Tallahassee. Everybody closed down shop in a much better mood, and we were actually able to accomplish many, many things. I'm just going to highlight A couple things that I think are very important to the community, and I know you're going to have a more thorough, in-depth briefing later, and I'm sure many of you have already been briefed already. And may I commend you on what a fantastic new City Hall this is. I feel like I'm in a government dream right now, how lovely it is, and the acoustics and the audience. I wish we could replicate this in Tallahassee sometimes, let me tell you. Again, we worked really hard at the state legislative level to make Florida, again, the #1 military-friendly state in America, in the nation. We topped Texas again and worked on some really, really great legislation. I'm not going to go into details. Another bill that I think is very important, especially to us, who have water around our homes, our community, is an at-risk vessel bill that I actually sponsored, and it basically deals with boats that are about to become derelict. And I know those are issues around the community and people who live near the water or on the water, or recreate on the water. And it sets up a mechanism by which FWC officers, local law enforcement, electeds can notify boat owners that, maybe your anchor line is fraying or not very tight. Maybe you have a hatch that's open. Maybe your bilge pump is not working so well. Your boat is listing. It's just not being maintained well. So this sets up a system for not really citations, but notification to boat owners that you may want to bring your boat up to a minimum level of maintenance. Otherwise, it's going to become derelict, which is very, very expensive. Which is a very, very expensive process. Another great thing, and being that we are neighbors to the Everglades, is we passed Legacy Florida. And what the Legacy Florida bill does is, at a minimum, and it's a hot topic right now to talk about Lake Okeechobee and the discharges, and I know you're going to hear from FPNL later, and water is a big deal right now, as it should be and as it always should be. But at the state level, we passed Legacy Florida, which again, at a minimum, we are going to spend Amendment $1 to the tune of $200 million, and that's at a minimum for Everglades restoration. And whether that means right here in South Dade and fixing some of the canal projects we have started, but still need to complete, or all the way up in Kissimmee, where the Everglades actually start. So I was very pleased that we were able to get that done, and in a very, very bipartisan fashion. Another great thing we did, and I know the community members will be happy about this, I certainly am, I hope everybody else is we were able to cut taxes. While we may have not gotten to the $1 billion level that the governor would have liked, we got halfway with him, and a big savings comes in everybody's property taxes. And we did that, and I know Vice Mayor, you'll appreciate that. We did that and held education harmless. So we were able to boost K through 12 funding and university funding, for that matter, while at the same time bringing taxes down. And we will all enjoy a back-to-school sales tax holiday. That's actually going to be August 5th through 7th. And that, of course, exempts sales tax on school supplies and clothing and shoes and things like that. And real quick, I just kind of want to get through this so that we can have time for questions or comments. Just a few budget highlights that affect all of us here right in Homestead. And something that affects our agriculture community is this terrible disease called laurel wilt. And we all know that that's affecting our avocado industry. I just went to Winn-Dixie the other day, and usually you can find a Homestead avocado for, 50 cents. It was $3. It was $3 for one avocado. I was like, wow. So we're definitely feeling it in our pocketbooks. And so $150,000 for the removal and destruction of the infected trees. And hopefully we can come back next year and actually get additional funding to plant new trees. That's one of my goals. Again, such a win. Another installment of $500,000, $500,000 for the Seminole Theater. We're all seeing how the original funding allocation last year came into play. You guys have done a wonderful job, and I can't wait to see the new director and the acts and the plays and the arts concerts and things that he's going to bring. So I'm very excited about that. Farm share, woohoo! We were able to fund farm share, and I don't know, some of you know, I know Councilman Shelley does, that we had a very, very successful food distribution last Saturday, and it was wonderful to see so many members of the community come out come out for that, not only to take part, but to also volunteer. So thank you so much. And then a very, very vital water project, which I was so happy to see this survive the final budget process, was the City of Homestead Water Tower Pump Station Project. And I know I don't have to brief you all on that. You're very, very well aware. So with that said, I would welcome any questions, any comments, and I ask you, I know it's an election season and things like that, but think about, as we move forward, we're probably going to be in a pretty good standing as a state when it comes to our economy. Fingers crossed, we're looking good. If you want to kind of, start thinking about your priorities for 2017.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the council? Let me just say, we're very fortunate to have you up there advocating for, South Dade and Homestead and the Keys, and you've been very effective. And we can't really thank you enough, but I mean, to see, the manager, we have a joke with the manager, he said, why are you going to Tallahassee? You never come back with anything. He's pulling his foot out of his mouth now. So.
Yeah, it's okay. You know what? They like to see our faces.
But it has been true for a long time that we never were able to get any consideration out of Tallahassee. But with your hard work and dedication to Homestead, we've been very fortunate in the last couple of years with, what did we get last year for the Seminole? Well, the same thing, about 500,000 last year as well. So we got under 500 this year, plus the pump, which those dollars don't come out of the city's pocket, our taxpayers' pockets. Those are things that just we get to do that we don't have to actually pay for indirectly.
Sure.
But I want to say thank you very much. And Mr. Shelley, you had something you want to say?
Just wanted to echo kind of what the mayor said, and that is, I just wanted to thank you for always being an advocate for Homestead. I think that I've come to you with a couple different projects, park-related projects, kids initiative-related projects, and then substantive budget issues as well. And you've always been there. You've always opened the door. You've always been a great advocate and fought the good fight. And as a result, as the mayor said, you're bringing home dollars to the city of Homestead. We haven't had those dollars as consistently in years past, but I think a lot of that has to do with your leadership and your respect that you have of your other colleagues and from the legislators up in Tallahassee. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for all that you do for South Dade and for Homestead specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you. Once again, ditto to my colleagues up here and congratulating you for what you've done for us. What brings me joy, I was up there twice in this past year, and what I took away with it was good to see that all the representatives in the South Dade area from the House, yourself, Dwight Bullard, Keone McGee, all the representatives that represent the South Dade community all work together to make sure that they understood what we needed at the city. And like we said, in the past, we haven't had any champions up there, but it's good to see that you're up there as the rest of the delegates that are up there, and they're making a huge difference down here. So we have much to thank of what we have today, like the Seminole Theaters and other things, for what you do up there. So thank you for your time and your dedication to this community. I know it's a thankless job, but we don't do it for thanks. We do it because we care. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, so much. Our Representative Holly has always, even when I pop in the office without appointment, her staff has always been accommodating and always took those 3 or 4 minutes to hear what concerns or issues that we had, and she's always been one of our main champions, not to discredit any other persons that have worked on behalf of Homestead, but I believe that she has been one of the very hardest working representatives that this district has had in a long time, that we're able to see some of the work in which she has done in Tallahassee that comes right back that we can actually see her footprint and her footmark in this particular community. So best wishes on your reelection, and our prayers go out with you. So thank you for your work and what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate it. Representative, again, thanks again for coming down and give us an update and keep us abreast. Make sure that we get in the queue early enough in the process so that we don't have to jump through hoops at the end. So it's you have a feel and a touch of what's going on. So the sooner you tell us when we should engage, I mean, obviously as soon as possible, but we need to engage quickly rather than slowly.
Sure, and I'd be remiss if I didn't point out my legislative aide over there, Jessica Davis. She's my hometown homestead girl, and if you ever need to reach me, you can always get a hold of Jessica, and she'll get a message to me. So thank you, Mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor, thank you, Council, so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, item 5 is additions, deletions, and deferrals. Mr. Attorney?
Yes, we have one addition which was unintentionally omitted from the consent agenda. You discussed it at your committee of the whole meeting on the liquid aluminum sulfate issue, and I recommend that it be added as item 6F as part of the consent agenda.
Added as item 6F consent agenda.
Yes.
Is there a second? All in favor? Mr. Williams?
On the board committees and appointments, Mayor, I'd like to, we didn't get the name in time for distribution, but I'd like to add the name on the consideration for appointments on the Southwest Advisory Committee, the name of Michael Anthony Stiles, Jr., and then that will, he's a resident, and that will, if you don't mind, my colleagues to place that as a name.
Yes, sir.
For that. I'd like to add that.
All right, sir.
Okay. And then, yes, I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
The next item is going to be the consent agenda. Is there a motion to move the consent agenda?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Public hearings, Mr. Attorney. Oh. Thank you, sir.
Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
I think we probably all have had some sort of conversation with regards to tab 10, and so at least on tab 10 for me, and 11, and 12. So just put us all down as having some communication.
And for the record, I'll enter into the record. You all received a letter from Cobb and Cole attorneys for the Speedway on Friday. That was emailed to all of you all. So we'll enter that into the record. The applicant's counsel has received a copy of that as well. And then with regards to the rezoning on tab 12, earlier today, there were 2 emails that were sent in, one by Jason Wilkinson and one by Christine Helms, both in opposition for the rezoning. So we'll enter those into the record as well.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just wanted to comment on the disclosures. If the attorneys representing the applicants or the applicants themselves would just indicate when they stand up whether they wish to cross-examine the council in any of the ex parte communications. Otherwise, we will deem that you don't have any cross-examination questions, just for the record. Thank you.
All right, sir. Mr. Burgess.
No, I'll wait till after they read the item, if I may,
Okay, sir.
Mayor.
So at this time,
Mr. Shelley, Mr. Shelley, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I echo the tab 10. I had meetings with both the applicant and others that were concerned about it. In tab 12 as well, I met with the applicant, and I've also received emails, and people within the neighborhood have called me or contacted me regarding their opinions on that tab.
Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor. There's no other disclosures at this time. Anyone wishing to speak on any of the following quasi-judicial items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Now, for the record, does that include the public comments that we have here?
Anyone who's wishing to speak on any of the quasi-judicial items, that, yes.
Okay, so
So
if you-
even if they submitted a card, anyone who wishes to speak on any of these items will need to be sworn in to speak.
Okay, so if you filled out a comment card, stand and be sworn in for the record.
I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Tab 10, Mr. White.
Yes. The first item for your consideration on the quasi-judicial item is tab 10. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the development order for the villages of Homestead, Development of Regional Impact, finding that said amendment does not constitute a substantial deviation, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Cordino, hold on.
I'm going to
Cordino?
give my recommendation, and then we have a presentation to give you that will go through the background and when they put the presentation up. But either way, staff is recommending that the mayor and council approve the ordinance which amends the villages of Homestead Development of Regional Impact to reassign parcels in the commercial and industrial categories as mixed use, exchange part of the golf course for open space in another sector. Our recommendation is subject to the condition that the parcels designated mixed use in sectors 9, 10, 11, 14, and 16 shall only be developed with a mix of both commercial and residential uses to coexist on the same parcel. So with that, and if we're up and running, I'll go through a brief presentation on the topic. And what I want to discuss today, you can bear with me, what I wanted to discuss today was our background and some of the changes that we have going on in here. So essentially, what we have here is an application to amend a development of regional impact. This is a state procedure that was put in place by the state. It requires state review, which is a notice of proposed change, which we're going to go through this evening, and then ultimately a review and determination decision by the city. So what this means, to boil it down, is that it just tells us what is allowed to be built in the development of regional impact. It's essentially vesting rights in the various categories. It's not guaranteeing what we build. There's no guarantee that any of this will ever come before the council in its next iteration that it will be built. There may or may not be any residential. There may or may not be any commercial. There may not be any mixed use. There's been talk of a renovated golf course associated with this. There's no guarantee of that. And actually, that topic is not part of this application. No matter what happens in the future, any development that comes forward after this that they do decide to build would be subject to our site planning procedures, and that would then come before the council again. So just as background, the DRI process, the Development of Regional Impact, is a very old process. It was formulated back in the early 1970s, and it came about 15 years before the state mandated cities having their own comprehensive plan. So this was an attempt back then for the state to regulate growth before the cities really did. It's part of their process in their code book, just like we regulate out of our code book. It's their code book, chapter 38006. And this graphic is an aerial of our DRI. This is one of the older ones. It was created, I'll go back. It was created in 1975. You can see it on the east side of town. And this is a graphic representation of the sectors and the development rights that are within it, and we'll be going over this map pretty thoroughly today. So either way, the DRI process, again, is a state process. The state acknowledged that from time to time, things may change and applicants may want to amend it, so they had come up with the notice of proposed change process. Again, the state requires that any applicant that's getting into a proposed change anybody that's getting into a proposed change, submit paperwork to the state. The state reviews about 11 criteria to determine whether the changes are significant or not. The state and the regional plan agencies review this. They give an opinion of if there is a substantial deviation from the quantity of uses that was put in place in the original DRI. They give that opinion to the locals, and then we get it, and then we review it and get to give an opinion on it. So in this case, you guys are the local body. You can approve or deny it for local reasons. In this case, the staff has reviewed it and recommended approval with conditions. The planning board has reviewed it and recommended a denial for certain reasons that we'll see a lot of talk at the meeting or noise. The application has changed since then, changed midweek last week. But no matter what we do here, this is a discretionary decision on the part of you about compatibility, more so than anything else. And it is ultimately a matter of policy that you're dealing with. We know that the state has said that it's not substantially different than it was before. And now it's up to you all as the elected officials to determine if what is happening is compatible. So there are 8 changes. This is the DRI map. It's got about 24 different sectors, we call them. Each has a variety of development rights. And 8 changes in these 8 sectors have changed. 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 16. And I wanted to kind of run through these changes very quickly so that we all understand exactly what we're talking about tonight, one way or the other. So we have a handful of graphics. You'll see on the top right-hand corner is the location map. We'll talk about the sector you can look. Whoa, that went backwards. Let me see here. Bear with me one second. I'll go back. Okay, so I'm sorry for that. What we'll do is you'll see the location geographically. We have an aerial of the area so you can see what is actually on the ground there. And then we have the graphic depiction of the area from the DRI map. This is a on-the-ground photograph that was taken so that you can look at any landmarks that you can see and kind of recognize where you are. So this is in Sector 1. Sector 1 is, as you'll hopefully be able to see, is on the very western side of the DRI. And what's happening here is that there's going to be an increase in this sector of open space from 0 to an 11.5 acres. There's going to be a decrease in density. They're taking out 30 dwelling units, and they're moving those 30 dwelling units to Sector 9, which we'll get to in a moment. And then they are allowing residential development, single-family townhome and multifamily dependent to be developed independently or together on the same parcel. The next change is happening in Sector 8. Okay, Sector 8 is on the western side, but the south, it's the western edge of the golf course. This is a picture of the front of the Keysgate Golf Club. And what's happening here is that the applicant is proposing to decrease the golf course acreage from 75 to 70.4 acres. And they're transferring these acres, they're proposing to transfer these acres to Sector 1. We move to Sector 9. 9 is in the center of the DRI, the very northern side. And you can see on the aerial that the southeast corner of this, as a landmark, would be the sales center that is out there. Here's a picture of the entrance to the sales center. And the changes here are that there's going to be an increase in dwelling units. There's an increase of 116 dwelling units in this sector. 30 of them are going to be transferred from the sector we talked about, Sector 1. Another 86 are going to be transferred from the sector to the south of it, immediately to the south of it right now, which is Sector 10. That's going to increase from 286 to 402 that are allowed to be built ultimately. The applicant's proposing a decrease of commercial use from 14 acres to 0, and a parallel increase in mixed use from 0 acres to 14. And again, the 86 units are transferred from sector that are coming in total to Sector 10. So what this does in the mixed use category is going to allow for commercial uses and residential. Residential, they're going to add single family to the current allowable uses in mixed use. Right now, a mixed use allows for commercial, townhomes, and multifamily to be developed together on the same parcel. In the future, they're proposing to say that single family can join the residential uses and that the uses could be developed independently or together on the same parcel. What that does is doesn't give you a guarantee that anything will be built in a mix together. You could have all single family, you could have all townhomes, you could have all multifamily, or you could have all commercial. So we move to Sector 10, which is just south of that area. Picture of what it looks like today. And then the changes. So there will be a decrease in Sector 10, like we just spoke about, of 86 dwelling units. They're going to be transferred to Sector 9. There's going to be a decrease of commercial from 16 acres to 0 acres. There's going to be an increase in mixed use from 55.5 acres to essentially 71.5 acres. And again, they're transferring the 86 units to Sector 9. Same thing, the applicant is applying to change the language on the mixed use to allow for single family to be added there and those uses all to be developed independently. That means, again, that those uses, you can have all single family, all multifamily, all townhome, or all commercial. We can't regulate past this point once that occurs. We move to Sector 11, which is just south of Sector 10. You can see it on the location map in the center of the board. This is a picture of the entrance to Sector 11. The changes to Sector 11 are nothing in density, but again, changing the definition of the mixed use. And they're, again, applying to add single family to that and applying to be able to make that development occur independent of the other uses. So no guarantee on mix. Again, it could be all single family, townhomes, multifamily, or commercial, depending on how it is proposed. We move to Sector 12. Sector 12 is just south of Sector 11. You can see there, it's the eastern side of the golf course. And the changes there will be they're applying to decrease the golf course from 75 acres to 68.1 acres. That acreage would be transferred to the first sector that we talked about, Sector 1, which gets the additional 15 acres of open space use. Just east of that would be Sector 16. It's largely open space. It's got a little corner on Palm Drive. See it there? What's happening here, similar to Sector 11, is that I don't believe there are any density changes here. This is going to be a change in the definition of mixed use. Again, single family is going to be added to that. The applicant's proposing to do those uses independent of one another if they like. And again, that means that you could have all single-family, all multifamily, all townhomes, or all commercial. So let's move to Sector 14. This is what is known as the Park of Commerce. This is a photograph of the entrance to the Park of Commerce from the north. And another graphic of that. It's in that highlighted blue outline, yellow highlight. There are 3 parcels that are of concern in the Park of Commerce. Try to point those out. These 3. You've got the Budweiser facility that is kind of on the north end. You've got the Solera site, which is south of that, and you've got the school site, which is east of that. The only change from the existing condition in this section is the definition of mixed use. Again, they're proposing to add single family to the definition, and they are proposing that the development that would occur could occur independent of the other uses. Again, that means it could be all single family, it could be all multifamily, it could be all townhomes, or it could be all commercial. The earlier iteration of this application showed the school site, which is east of that. The applicant had proposed to change that to mixed use. That has subsequently been removed. It remains the same, so there are no density changes to this sector. That's the primary change that we've gone through in the last week. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Again, we're recommending approval with conditions, and we'll let the applicant present or take any questions that you all may have.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. And Joe alluded to this in his opening there, that the golf course is not involved in this at all. And I would like to go through a couple things, because there's been many people that have walked up to me and said, why is the city not allowing the golf course to be open? The golf course has been closed for nearly 17 months now because the man that bought it closed it. So I would like to ask the manager or the attorney, whoever wants to answer these questions, and they're very simple. Has anyone from the city told the owner to close the golf course?
No.
Is the golf course able to operate today under what the city knows as good faith with any and all licenses or necessary documents?
Yes.
Has the city turned down or stopped any work requests at the clubhouse or on the golf course?
No.
As far as we know, is the electric still connected and it could be open tomorrow?
As far as I know, although I haven't.
And have we had any plans submitted about the golf course or a time frame as to when the clubhouse or any of the construction or any of that would start?
No.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear that up, because people come up to me and have come up to myself. Councilman Shelley was standing there one night. We had to walk away from each other because of the sunshine law, and stated, why did we close the golf course? Why won't the city let them open the golf course? Well, the city has nothing to do with it. It's a private entity that chose to close the golf course on its own free will. And the city is sitting here waiting for them, a private business, to come back and open the golf course any day they want to. So I just wanted to make that clear, that the city has nothing to do with the golf course being shut down, has not held up any work at the golf course, and I just wanted to make sure that the citizens are clear about that. So thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'll hold my other questions until we get going.
Absolutely, absolutely. At this time, any other questions from council at this time? Let's get the applicant up, or the representative of the applicant, please. Thank you.
If we're going to start that, can we start with some other questions from Mr. Cordino first?
If that's what, absolutely, that's your question.
I'm happy to. I'll sit down.
Go ahead, Mr. Burgess.
I guess one of my questions, Mr. Cordino, is this consistent with the city's comprehensive master plan? Because as I look at it and read our comprehensive master plan, and you're giving recommendation for something that doesn't adhere to what our master plan says in the words. And I'll read it to you. City staff finds that the proposed modifications do not create any new or additional adverse impacts to the regional services or facilities. But they may, because the airbase could be impacted, Budweiser could be impacted, the racetrack, Contender, and the Park of Commerce as a whole. It goes on then to say that our goals, objectives, and policies to establish and implement a future development pattern which promotes the health, safety, and welfare of Homestead's residents by providing adequate lands for growth and redevelopment and encouraging the most appropriate use of these lands, avoiding undue concentration of population, enhancing the unique quality of life and sense of community derived from the agri-rural lifestyle in concert with planned urban and industrial development, conserving the financial value of the built environment and environmental value of the city's natural resources and nearby attractions, fostering growth in the city's traditional economic base and potential new industries of the 21st century, and ensuring the cost-effective provision of municipal infrastructure and services. And then policy 1.14 goes on to ensure that all development and redevelopment comply with the applicable regulations included in the city's adopted building code. Well, you're introducing a building code tonight that doesn't adhere to our regulations or to the city's building codes. So I don't know how staff can sit there and recommend this tonight. Can you give me an answer, please?
I believe it's in conformance with our comprehensive plan, and we're not introducing any new building regulations for this, during this application.
Right, but we're not in following the city's adopted building code.
This isn't a building issue, this is a planning issue. The state's building
Which will
code-
come back to a building issue.
It will be built, and it will be built in conformance with the state's building code.
Well, you and I disagree on that, obviously, because this flex zoning that I keep hearing about, and I asked for, I finally got after 5 months of asking for a explanation and a written deal, I got last night at 8 o'clock. I've not had time with all the emails that came in today and all that to effectively go through that and try to research it as well as I would have liked to have. And I think we're inventing zoning for an applicant, which is going to put the city at risk throughout the entire city. Because I don't think that we should be inventing things on the fly. And that's how I feel when I get something at 8 o'clock the night before a major meeting like this. So I just wanted to put that out there, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maldonado?
Just a question to Mr. Cordino. In regards to I was reading along the DRI and some of the issues that we have. The question is, does the DRI supersede our comprehension plan, or is there something that says the DRI supersedes us? I read something or came across something like that, and I just wanted to clarify that for right now.
This is a state process. When an applicant comes in to make a change to the DRI, the state receives the application, reviews it. If there's a substantial deviation from what's been approved in the DRI, the state will require the applicant to go through another level of analysis. Once they've determined it is or is not a substantial deviation, all the appropriate analysis to conform to the state's code has been completed. It's given to the local body, who then can make the policy decisions on whether the changes are conforming to its own comprehensive plan. So the state gets it first, we get it second, and then we have the opportunity to make policy decisions on that.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to address something on the front end as it relates to the Homestead Air Reserve Base. I understand Mr. Larry Ventura is here. I saw him earlier. You can please come up. I have a couple questions for you. I know there has been some concern as it relates to this application potentially impacting the Homestead Air Reserve Base. Can you just give us some clarity as it relates to that?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Part of the property, there's a couple things. Part of the property in question is in the accident potential zone and is subject to the overlay ordinance that the city has. However, the amounts of property that are impacted by that in APZ2 are, quite frankly, very slight and very minor, and I don't see them as being an issue, but I need to go on the record and let the applicant know that they are subject to the overlay ordinance. Second issue has been a lot of talk about noise. The subject property, part of it there, I believe it's called Solera, is talked about and proposed for homes. That is not in the accident potential zone, and it is not in the noise contours. However, it is next to the approach path. Aircraft will fly by there. I want everyone to understand, I've explained this before, but the ACUs and the lines in the ACUs, the noise contours, are time-weighted averages. These are based on the aircraft we fly today, the amount of hours they fly today, the types of sorties they fly today, and all that goes into these calculations, computer models. They're given different weights even by whether we're flying during the day or at night. So that does not mean that if you are standing here next to the approach path and you're not in the noise contours, it doesn't mean it's not going to be loud and it's not going to be disturbing to you or your family in the home. Additionally, I think everyone knows that we are hoping to get the F-35 at Homestead. We are down on the, happy to say, on the short list now of the F-35. There are 4 bases which are still remaining in contention to get the F-35, and Homestead is one of them. I'm very happy to say that. We've done a great job here preventing encroachment in the city of Homestead, and we're hoping that bodes well for us when it comes to time to make that decision. And that decision will be made, we're told, in the fall. So it's very close at hand. What I will say is that if we do get the F-35 and we are that fortunate, that is a much, much louder aircraft, as I think everyone is aware. And the noise contours will expand out from the base greatly. Now, that means that, again, airplanes passing by the approach path, coming by Solera, as it is identified there, there's going to be noise as they come by, and it's going to be louder than it is now. And there is the potential that people in those homes will be disturbed by that noise, and they're going to call you and they're going to call me if that is the case. So there is that issue that we want to put on the table and let you know that that could be a problem. We feel that if the council decides that they do wish to approve this, that we would ask for we had originally asked for some real estate disclosure. However, you all may remember the rezoning of a few months ago on a property near the base. And the problem with those is they're not typically enforced, and the owner had said, I never got any disclosure. So what we would further ask is rather a covenant of restrictions that would bind the owner and make him more responsible to make sure anyone who bought or rented in there would be aware of the airbase, its noise, and would not bring suit against the Air Force. And those, I think, pretty much sum up our concerns with the area, and that's our only concerns there.
I just have a couple follow-up questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that if we are privileged enough to receive that F-35, the noise contours will expand. Well, I hear the noise anyway, and to me it sounds of freedom, so I don't think that's a disturbance.
I agree with you.
If this is approved, do you feel that this would hamper HARP's ability to obtain the F-35?
That is a question no one can answer with any certainty. A panel sits down and they decide where these are going, and they will measure and weigh each base against the other base. The 4 bases will be put together, and many things are taken into account: airspace, availability to expand mission, encroachment. They will look at all of these things, and at the end of the day, they will decide, and of course, there's some politics involved there too. They will decide where the F-35 is best suited to come. Yes, if all other things being equal, which frankly, typically all other things are not equal, but if all other things were equal, you want to have everything, you'd like to have everything tilt your way and not the other way. You know, if there's anything negative, anything that could be a noise impact, anything that could be a strike against you, you'd rather that go against another base and not against you. You'd like everything to be in your favor. That's the extent that I can answer that question.
Another question. There has been some assertions that if this is passed, the base could potentially close. What are your thoughts on that?
I cannot speak to that in any way. They're talking about BRAC, and we cannot speak to that at all. I can tell you that I probably that no one can say that. I would not expect that. I think that would I think that is reaching a bit to think that this would close the base. I'll go out on a bit of a limb and say no, that if the base closes or gets bracked, it would not be because of that. So I'll say that.
So at this point, the base is recommending, if this is approved, to provide the homeowners a real estate disclosure or a policy.
Covenant of
a covenant of
restrictions to bind the owner to make sure that those are given to anyone who should ever buy or rent those homes from now until the end of time.
So this would put the onus on the owner and essentially be a stronger instrument.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
We have worked with council, their council previously on a previous covenant,
Right.
if you want to know, across the street from the base. So we would ask for something similar to what we did there. We would provide language, and we would ask that be done before second reading, if it is the council's choice to go forward with this.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Ventura,
Yes, Mayor.
just as a side, I know we had this discussion when the school site was going in on the south end of the APZ, the baseball stadium site. And I remember the discussion was if it's on the line or inside the line, it's your business.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna actively be able to weigh in that.
Yes, sir.
Outside the line, you really aren't really that able to get involved in that. And I mean, you can give advice, but this is not inside that criteria for you, correct?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. We did the same thing when it came to the school site. We advised that it was outside the line, as we have here. It's not in the, as I said, it's not in the accident potential zone. It's not in the noise contours. As we did with the school site, we advised that it was a dangerous area because it was under the approach path directly on center line, and advised and asked for also a disclosure statement that anyone attending that school, their parent would have to sign, being aware that they are attending that school and they're in a hazard. And they made that a condition of approval, and this is no different than that, quite frankly.
All right, sir, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you. Just same question to Larry. And just simple, I received a few emails, and just in simple terms, simple question. You know, the email states that the base is against the changes that are happening in DRI. Is the base against this? I mean, is it saying that it does not want it? Because the email is saying that. I mean, just regular homeowners, simple people saying the base is against the development.
Understood. I've seen similar emails. They are not from the base.
Correct.
We are, as Mayor Porter put it, this is outside the line.
Right.
We are here in an advisory capacity only, advising of the issue that we think we have, which is simply noise in the future. So we are neither for nor against in that respect. We are here to advise on a potential problem of noise, and we think what is a way forward should you choose.
You haven't sent any email or any letters to the city or to anyone in regards to saying that you are against this and
The only letter I've sent to the city is in your possession. It was part of your packet, and it is the same as I've stated tonight. It was advisory in nature. We have not said we object to it. We have not said we approve of it. We gave you an advisory letter, and that's all it was.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ventura? Okay, then we'll go to the applicant now. Everybody okay? Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
Just 1 second, Mr. Mayor. I just want to set up.
Let me ask you a question. Joe, can you put this up on the screen so that the audience can see what we're talking about? And we won't block the audience from, with these placards in the way? I mean, they're, you know, they need to see what we're talking about too. What'd you say, Joe?
I do not have those graphics, so we'll have to have if we could get the graphics electronically, the clerk will be able to put them up on the.
I think for the audience is here to see what we're talking about. So if all of this is just, directed in our way, they're going to not really be able to see the whole picture. So I think we should definitely try. Can you go back to Joe, can you go back to the very beginning? You had the DRI map. I think that's
Yeah, definitely.
pretty close to what we're talking about. That one.
All right, that's the existing condition, correct?
That's the
Hugo?
current one.
That is the current condition, I believe, yes.
This is the proposed, and we don't have.
Is this the proposed?
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, for the applicant, joined today by my colleague Alex Arias.
Everyone here? You speak up, you guys.
It's 2011, so that's.
Hold on. I got it now, you speak up.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, for the applicant, joined today by Alex Arias. The two boards that we have up are your current DRI map and the proposed one. I believe, Mr. Gordino, you have both of those as part of your presentation.
They're in our package, but they're not part of my presentation.
They weren't, okay, my apologies. I thought I had seen it. Well, that one is the 20.
That's the thing that got approved in 2012.
Okay.
So it's the existing
that board,
condition.
that's one of the boards. The only other board that I have up right now is the board of what we're proposing.
Okay.
And we can certainly flip it around. To the extent that I have some other graphics, and there aren't a lot, I'm going to have to get with the 21st century. With your new chambers, I'm going to have to start doing PowerPoint presentations. I'm an old school board person, but what I'll do is I'm certainly happy to show them and then turn them around. Alex can play the role of Vanna White this evening and flip them around and make sure that the folks in the audience can also see them, if that's okay. Or, yes, again, Hugo Arza for the applicant. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present before you today. As always, I want to thank staff for their exhaustive, very detailed report this evening. I want to thank him for the staff recommendation of approval. What you have before you today is a recommendation of approval for virtually all of our requests. And we certainly will probably spend a whole lot of time talking about the one item that we disagree on. But I do want to appreciate and thank staff for working with us to get to the point where there is only one or two small items that we disagree on, and that there are a vast number of items that we agree on. This application is not about more density. It's not about more homes being built. The DRI cap and limit of all development inside the boundaries of the DRI remain unchanged. This application and this approval would not allow more homes to be built in the long run, or more commercial or more industrial or more of anything else. What it does is it promotes and provides for flexibility. And you got a fairly long and detailed explanation about the review process that you undertake when you have a DRI application. And there's basically two layers or two levels. And I think it's important because, again, this application is not about really truly the regional impacts. It's a development of regional impact because of the size, and it was created back in 1975, and it's obviously massive, a very large portion of your city, with job centers and employment centers and commercial and retail and industrial. But it's the changes being proposed today do not reach the level, in the technical term, are not substantially deviation, do not merit a substantial deviation from the approved DRI. You're not seeing anything today that would substantially change traffic patterns or impacts to your city's infrastructure or any other item that could be measured on a macro level, on a regional level. So the South Florida Regional Planning Council said that they had no objection, and the Florida Department of Transportation said that they had no objection, and the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity said that they had no objection. I think that's important because what it does for me, I think, is it very firmly puts the question before you tonight in your hands. This is about a local decision and vision. And as such, it's up to all of you sitting up there to decide whether you think that the proposed changes in their totality will promote interests that you think are worth promoting for the city or whether they'll be detrimental to the city. And reasonable minds can disagree on that point, and I anticipate that there will be some vehement disagreement today. But it was important for me to establish what this wasn't about in any way. I think that was a critical point. I want to start out and thank also Mr. Ventura and the Air Force Base. I did have an opportunity to speak with him before, and probably easiest just to take that item off the table. They have requested of the applicant that there be a future disclosure a real estate disclosure that will alert purchasers of property that are impacted and that are a part of this application that there is an Air Force base in close proximity. We anticipate that they would know that anyway, but we are here, and I'm here today to say that we have no issue. We accept that request, and we voluntarily will proffer a declaration of restrictions. I have worked with Mr. Ventura. He alluded to the project that we have worked on together, which was actually in the county outside on the north side of the base, and I think we came up with language in that he will readily tell you was a little bit more meaningful and had some teeth and really would go to protect the base. And we want nothing more. We can't sell, and we're going to get into this in a second, we can't sell single-family homes, townhomes, we can't develop commercial sites. We can't do any of it if there isn't a demand for all of it. And the best thing that could happen would be for the F-35 to come to Homestead Air Force Base. The best thing that could happen would be for us to have a brand new source of folks that want to live in this great city, and that we would be in a position to be able to sell homes and goods and services to those folks. So we accept the Air Force Base's request for a declaration of restrictions, a covenant, without hesitation. And what we'll do is we'll work with them on the language. This is a first reading, and we'll have that language clarified and in writing before you. They made the request earlier this evening. You'll have it before you for second reading, but the proffer stands today on the record. So then let's talk a little bit about what it does, and you've got the proposed and you've got the existing and the proposed DRI, and I think that and again, Mr. Cordino did a terrific job of talking about all of the changes, and in a DRI there's a lot of moving parts. Again, the sort of the total numbers remain the same, but you move them around a lot, and so I want to basically highlight a few things, and again maybe start out with what we took out. The school site, the 27.85 acre school site, when this application was filed, was there was a request to redesignate it to mixed use. That would have allowed that site to be developed with a mix of uses, and in what fashion and whether those uses had to be built at the same time, we're going to get to that, but the request would have allowed for that. Subsequently, and last week, we amended our application. What you have before you today is no longer that request. The school site, which you see up there on the top sort of middle of the page to the right that says 27.85 acres net, will remain a school site. It will remain a site available for the development of a school in the future, and there is no change being proposed at this time for that. That's telling for one incredibly important reason. What that means is that the requests here today do not introduce residential uses anywhere that they aren't allowed already today. That request would have, admittedly, that request would have brought residential uses east of Commerce and would have introduced a new area with the potential for residential uses, whatever type of residential uses, single family, multifamily. People are people, whether they live in a townhome or whether they live in a single family home. And I would hope that this evening no one would try and draw a distinction as to the nature or character of the folks who live in any of those homes. They'd be citizens of the city, they would be voters in the city, they'd be taxpayers in the city, whether they live in a townhome or whether they live in a single family home. So that request is off the table. There is no longer a desire to have residential or mixed use, I should say, on that school site, and the school site remains open for anything in the future. So we get to what we're doing, and really fundamentally it's just a few small items. 11.5 acres that are in the sectors that comprise the golf course being removed as open space and put up in the sector 1 to the left, so that golf course area there would have the ability to, in the future as it comes in for development, and you're going to hear this time and again, because you get an opportunity in the future to weigh in on all of this, could be implemented or could be incorporated into any future development plans there. It's not about the golf course. It's not about renovating the golf course. We understand. I mean, that's not an NOPC. That's not a DRI item. But it is important to state on the record, and the architect that would be charged with redesigning the golf course and making the changes to the golf course is here today, Mr. Jim Fazio, a name very synonymous with golf course and golf course architecture. And he would be available to tell all of you that removal, to the extent that the NOPC DRI item, removing 11.5 acres, somehow compromises the golf course or does anything to take away from the ability of that to be a world-class or championship golf course, he would be able to dispel that notion immediately. A 138.5 acre golf course can be a world-class golf course, and the redesign for that golf course considers that. That allows for some extra land to be repurposed for future use right there in that area. And then, of course, because there's a balance, you have to shift that open space somewhere, and we shift it up to the area to the north, the northwest corner, sector 1. Most of the other requests really have to do principally with the site that you see in the middle there that says mixed use on it, and how we can develop that. At the end of the day, and on everything else, staff agrees with us and are in support, and in fact are recommending approval for this recommendation. At the end of the day, the only other item of critical importance here today is whether in that site in the middle that you see up there, that's sort of the red and white crosshatch that says mixed use, you may develop one use independently of another. And so I think what's important to understand is again, understanding the process and what we're doing here today. To micro-regulate at this time and take an action that precludes the ability for a property owner down the road to come in and offer something that you may or may not like, I think would represent a lost opportunity for the city. And that would go in both directions. If you required something or didn't impose a certain restriction, if you said that it should be all commercial or all residential, once the council made the decision in 2012 to change this area to mixed use, what it did was it recognized at that time that this was an area that had a potential of uses, and this was an area that had and could be developed in a number of different ways. Deciding which ways that is to be developed, figuring out what should go on a particular parcel is your function. But I would respectfully submit it's not your function this evening. You should adopt the NOPC as it's requested to allow for an applicant to move forward in the future with a site plan approval for a parcel designated mixed use and allow them to bring to you whatever they think is most appropriate for that parcel. And that might be a mix of uses on one parcel, and that parcel may be 10 acres or 15 or 20 acres or maybe 5 acres or whatever it may be, but it may also be independent uses that, because of the development trends, because of what's going on across the street or because of what you have next door to you, may make more sense. And ultimately the decision falls to all of you at a future date when you've got a site plan to say, hey, can we, is this a good idea? From a public policy standpoint, is this a good idea? I can tell you what your code doesn't say, again, maybe talking a little bit about the things this application is about or isn't about. Well, the code doesn't say that a mixed-use designation requires concurrent development. It doesn't say that. I think Mr. Corradino would agree with that. It's not in his report. You all can ask him. It doesn't require that. And I think that's smart, quite frankly. I think it's better for all of you to have that option during the site plan process at a later date. I think that is what affords you the greatest flexibility to be able to determine whether what's being brought at that time is the best thing. And to not foreclose the possibility that the visions of and the market, which might view a parcel in a particular way, are foreclosed from moving or acting on that, and you may end up with land that's vacant for a longer amount of time than it needs to be. And if you don't like what you get when the site plan comes forth, you can turn it down. It's as simple as that. And so in a lot of ways, what we are seeking to do this evening is to introduce the option that all of you in the future can take on a site plan that has a mix of uses within the same parcel or independent uses, and that someone would have to come up here, and it might be me and it might be someone else who owns a piece of land in this area. And in fact, on that point, I posed that question at some point to Mr. Corradino earlier this evening and said, what happens if in a mixed-use parcel, a portion of it is sold? There's no prohibition in your code, and there really can't be, and your attorney will tell you that somebody can't sell land, or obviously alienation of land is a pretty protected right. So let's say somebody buys a 3 or 5 or 10 acre parcel or piece, and they want to develop something commercially. How would that person go about incorporating in a smaller parcel that's designated mixed use a residential component? And all of you may decide in your wisdom down the road that, A piece was sold off, this is a good commercial use. Vice versa. A piece was sold off, you know what, this is a good residential use. Why don't we approve this? Understanding that all of you can take a look at the master map and decide what is the best overall use by the time this is all said and done. And so, fundamentally, that is what we're here before you today, to ask for the flexibility to be able to move forward. The additional request is, of course, to allow single-family homes on the, what's called the Solara site, which is the trade name, but is up there. Alex, can you can hold it up to the, and it's, I'll hold it like this for a second. So it's the site.
We know where it is.
You guys,
Right.
this site right here. For all of you. What's important to recognize is that that site, which is designated mixed use on the DRI map, can be developed with residential uses today. This application should not, again, things that this application shouldn't be about, it should not be about whether residential uses are too close to any other property or landowner or anything else. The folks that have the biggest stake, quite frankly, the Air Force Base, have already opined that they have no issue, and we've proffered and done their declaration. What we're proposing to do here would not introduce residential units any closer or anywhere else that isn't allowed today. If we pulled this application right now, we could develop, and the Solara site, thank you, the Solara site could be developed with townhomes, multifamily, immediately. So what we want is the flexibility, and we don't hide that fact. We candidly admit that that site, we believe, given its location, given that it is not off canal, not on canal, not in a preferred commercial location, which has remained, vacant for obviously ever, so to speak, is a more appropriate single-family home site. I have been before this council a number of times. I've been very fortunate to be before this council a number of times, and I have heard this very same council tell me how much they want to see single-family homes in their city. And how, let's face it, a lot of the boom, the past boom, before any of you were up there, there were a lot of townhomes approved, and many of those site plans are still active, and people come in, and you don't want to see that anymore. This is an opportunity for you to provide for that flexibility. The Solara site plan isn't before you yet this evening, but it can never come before you if you do not permit the single-family homes on this site. And candidly, it will never be before you if you don't allow within the mixed-use category for uses to be developed independently. And that isn't, that's not, a threat of any type. It's just a fact of your code. So you've heard a lot about, what this application isn't about and what this application is about. And I think that, in summarizing, and of course, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reserve, I anticipate there will be a number of comments and questions from members of the audience, and of course, I'll answer yours, but I'd like to reserve some time after that. This is a matter of flexibility and policy for this council. This is not a matter of substantial deviation for the state to weigh in on. It is not a matter of, as we've seen, it is not a matter that your Air Force Base objects to. It is not a matter that grants anyone any additional density or rights to build anywhere inside the villages of Homestead, DRI. It simply affords the property owner to move forward in the future and make a determination and bring before you projects, plural, that will carry out market conditions and will be in accordance with, we hope, a revised NOPC. We understand that asking for something oftentimes requires proffering something additional in return. And so, we're not impacting jobs. The industrial designations remain the same. The other, land in the Park of Commerce, I know there's concerns about jobs. The other land in the Park of Commerce continues to be developable with industrial or commercial uses. We're not taking jobs. We're not taking any of that. But we do understand that you'd like to probably all feel that you're not going to get a series of uniform projects and only one type or the other moving forward. I would tell you that the easiest way for you to ensure that that doesn't happen is to simply make sure that as site plans come through, you require what you want your vision to be. And I trust, knowing all of you fairly well, that you will do that. But we'd like to take it one step further, and what we'd like to do is to additionally proffer a second covenant. The first one regarding noise to the Air Force Base, but proffer a second covenant that the land, and for this I will point here and then we can flip it around.
That's the sales center site, basically. That's where the sales center is.
Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was making sure that I don't miss it. That portion, which we are proposing be designated as mixed use, we will covenant that portion fronting canal, which totals 14 gross acres, will not be developed solely with residential. We recognize that there are parcels that the city has an interest in. Again, we believe that if someone brought an entirely residential project for that site, all of you could simply turn it down and state on the record that you don't think it implements your vision. But we understand that in order to get something this evening, maybe we have to show our willingness, as we've done with the Air Force Base, to put it in a covenant, to proffer it in a written document that really could only be changed if all you wanted to change it into the future, and to make sure that you don't even waste your time getting an all-residential project there in the future. And so I'm here before you this evening to state that we will proffer such a covenant, ensure that those 14 acres will not be developed solely with residential, that those would be developed with a mix of uses, and to work with that, work on that language with your city attorney between first and second reading. Obviously, I anticipate that there may be some discussion about our proffered covenant here after all of you start asking questions, and we can certainly work on the language collectively and then work on it legally with your counsel in both directions. And then, of course, ultimately, when this comes before you for second reading, all of you would have the opportunity to include that as part of an acceptance. So I would hope that gesture, that recognition by the applicant, by the property owner, that they understand that there's a legitimate policy reason for wanting a mix of uses, would encourage all of you to look at the other requests that we're making this evening and recognize that what we want is the ability to be able to bring forward projects on land that has been around and in part of the DRI for 40 years and has yet to be developed. And to have the flexibility to move forward in the future and present plans for you that you'll have the right to vote up or down with the greatest degree of flexibility forward. So again, it's I think a long application with a long PowerPoint presentation and presentation by council, and you're going to hear a lot more this evening. But to me, it boils down to flexibility, the ability for all of you to preserve the greatest amount of discretion moving forward, and to not make a decision this evening to foreclose something more in a vacuum, and to allow yourself to do so in the future when you've got projects before you and other opportunities before you. I thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor. Again, I respectfully ask that you give us an opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have, that others may have, and certainly, if you wish for me to stay up here, I don't know if anyone's going to ask.
Let's let the, but let me, before you leave, because the concern in my mind is changing the definition of mixed use. That's giving me a little bit of a headache, because the whole concept of mixed use is to have a community that has a mix of product in it. Now, the way this is being explained to me is that right or requirement that's in place now by the city would go away, and then the developing community may not be you, may be somebody that gets sold to, okay? So that right then rolls over to the owner of the property.
Yeah, and
okay, so just let me finish my comment, because the issue is, I mean, the mixed use concept is there for a reason, so that, I mean, we do have a need for commercial job creation. We do have a need for higher-end residential, absolutely. And we have a need for all of that. And if we start letting that go, not to you as the developer today, but the future buyers, whatever, it gets to be a little bit of a concern for me. And I'm going to ask you and Joe both, where do we get to be able to come in and say, have a position and say, look, you got 80 acres, 100 acres, whatever you've got out there, 75 acres. You can come in, if we change this tonight, or in this process, you could come in with 100 acres of single-family homes. That would be, to me, not, I think, the intent of this. So I'm not having a problem with a lot of things, but I'm having a real problem with that. So give me your answer, and then let me ask Joe.
Of course, yeah, couple of points, Mr. Mayor. The first one is, and Mr. Rosen reminds me, we would, of course, also, or I shouldn't say of course, but we would also be happy to propose that the commercial site, so basically the entirety of the sites that are commercial, both what's mixed use today and what is simply commercial, both will be, in the case of the commercial site, that will not be changed to residential. There will be no request.
And that's the property north of Budweiser.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's the property north of Budweiser. We think that shows an additional layer of commitment. So let me answer your question twofold. One, I think that the covenant that I first referenced, the covenant that would require mixed uses on the 14 acres that front canal, I think helps to address some of your concern that you're not going to get a monolithic project of one type or the other. I mean, let's face it, you probably don't want 100 acres of commercial either. That's the reality. I mean, and I know
That's why the mix, that's why the mix is
and I
there.
understand that. But what I think is premature is at this time to say that particular parcels, and part of the challenge is you don't have a definition of parcels. You don't have that something. If a parcel was defined, or if there was some requirement that you had to do 80 acres or 50 acres at a time, I would understand that you could reasonably ask for a mix of uses on large parcels. But without a definition, parcels end up being the sizes that they are because of whims of sales and, where the property lines are drawn. And so parcels that may be smaller would be precluded in the future, quite frankly, from being developed without the flexibility to say this parcel may be better suited for all residential or all commercial. If you require a mix of uses on every single parcel, every single site plan that comes in, you are basically foreclosing the chance for, in the future, anyone to come in realistically with a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 acre redevelopment parcel. You're saying to people, look, this is only going to get developed if you buy all of it and bring us this master plan. And the reality is that would put an incredible chill on the ability for this project to be developed. A chill that not only would impact the owners of the property today, but ultimately would impact the development of this property, the tax base of this city, the growth of this city. If the F-35 comes to the base and someone's got to come in and master plan and provide for 80 or 100 acres of something, instead of maybe coming in and doing 8 acres of a strip shopping center along Canal because that's what makes sense and there's a demand for, or 10 acres of residential here because there's folks coming down every day to work at the base or to work at any one of the expanding job sites, or because the Park of Commerce site is being developed with new jobs. You are basically stopping that from being able to happen if you impose a requirement that your code does not require today. Your code is silent. If your code said a mixed use requires that every plan or parcel be developed with a mix of uses, I mean, I wouldn't have a whole lot of argument here this evening. But what I would say to you is that you have flexibility. Your code could say something like that and it doesn't. And we want to have that same flexibility within the DRI plan and make sure that the DRI plans and regulations match the flexibility that your code would have and allow all of you to be the ultimate arbiters of what is a good use for a particular parcel, be it a 2-acre out parcel on the corner of a major road, 20 acres of residential, 20 acres of commercial. All of you in the future would have that decision. I would hope that would give you some comfort.
Okay, Joe, let me ask, where does the city, not necessarily this council, but future council, where does the city have some sort of say-so in this process? If it goes and says everything, no more mixed use, can you explain where we would have a seat at the table?
Well, there are 2 seats at the table. One is in this process, which is a land use process, which is where you describe what can go on the land. This land use category is asking for a mix of uses. So that's the first step in the process. It says you develop these things in combination with one another, and that's mixed use. That's essentially the definition of mixed use. And then the second aspect of it is that you check it during the site planning process when they come in with the developments. So those are the two times where you have say on what goes where.
Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the same lines of questioning, my understanding, because what's being said right now is essentially that, they want flexibility and they want to be able to build all of these products independently and not necessarily combined together. So assuming that went forward, my understanding is that once we give them the ability to do one or two or three or just one or just two, that they then have essentially as a matter of right can build that product, correct? So if they come back and say, we have this flexibility, the council have granted us this, we now only want to build single-family homes in the Park of Commerce. We don't want to add any commercial use to it whatsoever. And it comes before us at the council. We don't have a say to say, no, we don't want you to build only single-family homes. We want you to also build commercial or something else in between. And so I just want to make sure that's clear, because what's being stated is that we have this flexibility. We can say, we don't want single-family homes solely. But my understanding from what I've been spoken to you guys before about is that is not the case, that they will have as a matter of right the ability to build all single-family homes once we give them the or instead of the and. Is that correct?
That is correct. Once we say that these things can be developed independent of one another,
Correct.
they have the right to develop whatever they want in whatever quantities.
And we have no legal right at that point to say no. We can say we want more roads, we can say we want curb and gutter, we want maybe some aesthetics on the properties, but we can't say no, we don't want single family, we want some commercial added into it, or no, we'd rather have a mixed use product. At that point in time, this is our only chance to establish the rules that are as a matter of right and which give us our flexibility. And so the most flexibility we're going to have is under the current wording, not under the proposed wording. Is that correct?
Correct. You're vesting the property with rights at this point in time, and if the right is, if you say that it's got to be a combination of uses, that's what they can bring back. If you can say that it's can be any use listed in those set of four, independent of one another, they're more than welcome to bring back any one of those in total.
Correct. And so my understanding is that as a council, we as decision makers, as policy makers, have the most flexibility under the current wording of the DRI, and that is that because it is unstated within our code what the percentage of commercial is versus residential, we now do have the ability to determine in what scope we want that mixed use to look like. Do we want it to be 10% commercial and 90% residential? Do we want it to be 60% commercial and 40% residential? We have that flexibility as we currently sit, based on what I understand. That's correct?
Correct. The quantities are not specified now. That means it's up to your discretion when you see the site plan.
Correct. So now we have the most flexibility as we sit, whereas if we go the other way, they will have the most flexibility.
Correct.
But we will lose our say. So I just want to make sure that's clear on this issue, because that seems to be something that keeps being said, and I know is not correct. That's all I have for now. I'll reserve my comments till later.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Let me get Mr. Maldonado, and then you can respond.
You can go ahead. I know that's
Yeah,
probably in regards to that.
thank you, Councilman.
I'll
So I
give
don't
him
lose
time
train of
to
thought.
back.
I mean, I think there's a couple of points worth mentioning. I mean, first of all, we are providing again for covenant that will require mixed uses on certain of the property, and so I think it's important to remind us or remind all of you of that commitment. You heard from your planning and zoning director, and for whom I have a great deal of admiration and his ability and his understanding of your code. But I would ask your city attorneys, because your site plan is not an as-of-right development. I've had site plans rejected by all of you. Your site plan in the future would allow you to, not as of right, even if the language says or, would allow you to evaluate, and we wouldn't have an as of right. If it's as of right, I could go straight to building. You would still have a right to look at it for compatibility, for all of the criteria that the site plan has, which I've looked at many, many times, and determine whether it is actually in furtherance of your land use, which in this case ends up being this document. So, I mean, again, and we didn't hear from your attorneys, I certainly don't want to put words in their mouth. I don't consider an approval process that requires a public hearing to be as of right, Councilman Shelley. Just respectfully, I would disagree. I think that if we've got to come back, any owner has to come back up here.
But you're talking apples and oranges here, because you're talking about what the project looks like and the details of that project, and you are correct. We have plenty of discretion on a site plan on the details of the project. The underlying use, whether it's single family, multifamily, commercial, is as a matter of right. I mean, James,
N-
please describe that for me, because they're saying now that I'm
I would-
incorrect.
I would
need you to
respectfully
clarify the
disagree.
law for me.
I would respectfully disagree and say that because the land use category is a mixed use category, that you would have the discretion in the future to reject a, one purpose site plan, all commercial, all residential.
Let's let the city attorney weigh in, because you asked for them to weigh in.
Mr. White?
Yeah, certainly. With regards to, you are correct, Councilman, with regards to a future site plan. Yes, those uses would be at right, meaning that they're permitted, and the applicant's able to file an application and submit a site plan with those uses that are set forth in this plan. You'll have very little discretion when it comes to reviewing that site plan with regards to the uses or the mix of the uses. I mean, you'll look at things with regards to ingress and egress and layout and design and compatibility, but with regards to you being able to say, I'm sorry, I don't like this plan because it's all single family, or I don't like this plan because it is all multifamily, you're not going to have that flexibility. So, if you decide to say no to that and there's a challenge, you probably won't have enough evidence to support that decision, because that's one key component that you won't have any flexibility on. If the plan and the site allows for those uses, then they're able to come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you. This question is for Joe. Just in your recommendation, I think one of the issues that I was confused, and many of us are confused, and it's been mentioned up here, is the definition of mixed use. And there's really no definition that we could go to immediately, with our documents. I had to look for that, and I had to actually call you guys and say, please explain what is a mixed use. I spoke to Mr. White about that. In my head, right off the bat, when you say mixed use, I'm thinking something like downtown Dayland Mall, where you have residential on the top and commercial on the bottom, and then that's mixed use. When you explain your recommendation, you said that it could not, like, single-family homes would not be built independently. So I was a little confused from that comment or the recommendation. So maybe for a little bit more clarity and for the rest of the audience as well, mixed use, can you give us a better definition of it?
Well, mixed use is really just the mix of uses. So it means the combination of one or more uses. And so everybody has a mental picture of what mixed use may be in your head, and it can be, in a sense, it can be all in one building, where you can have one use on the first floor, another use on the second, and another use on the third, or it can be spread out over a property where you have one use on one side and another use on the other side. It's not out of the ordinary to have mixed-use developments with single-family homes in them. So that's not an inappropriate way to put together mixed use. They're more suburban in nature that you would see in a downtown, but it's still an appropriate way to mixed uses. So the way the mixed-use category reads now, as it's defined for the DRI, is to allow commercial uses and residential development together on the same parcel. Again, the addition and the change to this is that you would add single-family to the residential uses, and you would add the word they would be developed independently and or together on the same parcel. So the critical word there is independently, because once you allow the four uses that are permitted in the district to be developed independent of one another, it's no longer mixed use, right? Because if you're developing one use, by definition, it can't be mixed use. So
And I guess, and the other item is the percentages, and I think that's one of the key issues that I think we're missing, is that in that mixed-use definition, there's no percentages, nothing defined, and how we mix that up. Can you have, let's say if you wanted, for instance, looking at the map, if he wanted to do in Sector 10, he wanted to put residential there. I'm sorry, let me take that back. Sector 14, if you wanted to put residential there, and then on the top of where they were just talking about a covenant, a commercial property up there, could you do that? I mean, would that be considered still mixed use, even though it's kind of separate from each other?
Well, again, there is no provision in this code that tells us how the uses need to be combined, just that the uses need to be mixed. There's no provision in this code that tells us what percentages of the uses need to exist. We've looked at, other projects around the country and around the county, and we understand that typically, combinations of mixed use range between 20 and 30% of the commercial, of a use being called commercial. But those things are undefined in this code. So whatever comes back, if there were no changes to this and you were to do mixed use, the applicant would be able to come in with whatever, and then we would have what I guess is a lot of discretion in the site planning phase to recommend or review percentages of the different types of developments because it's undefined. So.
And at what point do we define that as a council? Is that something that, or you guys define that, or how do we get to that point?
If you wanted to make basically the DRI code a little bit more stiff, you could make those you could make those percentages, put those into the definitions for the categories in the various land use codes in the DRI, or you can leave it vague, and we would all have a shot at that during the site planning phase.
That's it for now.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if Mr. Orders has got more to say, but I do have one little comment to make. I know you're up here offering proffers tonight. This is confusing enough for everybody that's sitting here, attorneys, Mr. White, anybody that's not a professional and been on this for 8 weeks steady is
Agreed.
confused. We have things in place, for zoning is in place, and that's meant to be in place. And I think it needs to be adhered to, because we're not here, when we negotiate on the fly up here and do things like that, staff doesn't have time to analyze it. People up here get confused as to what, and when you start doing motions or whatever, those things get confused. And in the end, it ends up being some sort of litigation somewhere down the road. So I would suggest that we not go there tonight. Let's go with your application that you've brought forward and move that forward and not try to confuse the issue even more. That's my comment.
May I respond?
And to Mr. Corradino, you sent out some stuff yesterday on mixed use with percentages that the county requires and this and that. Can you tell us what you said there?
Joe, leave your mic on. Just leave your mic. Just leave
Yeah,
your mic on.
you're going to be called on a lot, so go ahead and leave it on.
Wishful thinking. I was hoping maybe it was over for me. But I guess I'm in for the long haul. The mixed use, we have 4 categories of mixed use in our code right now in the regular zoning code. Only one of them mentions a percentage of use, and I believe that's 30% commercial in the neighborhood mixed use. We looked up the counties. The county says 25%. So we looked around the country and with our own experience in doing this type of stuff, and it's generally between 20 and 30% mixed use can be safe. But that being said, there are no hard and fast rules to that. They are individual to each community, just as your own zoning code and your own land use code are very personal to your city. Those determinations are made by individual communities, and they may vary within the community between very urban parts of your city and very suburban parts of your city. So that's something that we would need to, you would need to put a lot of study into, and then make a recommendation. But the rules of thumb are between 20 and 30%.
Thank you. And back in 2012, when this parcel was changed originally, we were coming out of a recession. The city of Homestead was. I'm not even sure anybody was into Budweiser, what we technically call the Budweiser plant at the time. I think they may have been in between one distributor leaving and another one coming. So Homestead was trying to find itself. We were offered a school site with 3 phases, which were going to take place. We now have 1, and we're thinking about doing away with it. We have where we were given, and I clearly remember that night sitting here speaking about how kids would be able to walk across the street, families would be able to drive their golf carts to the mixed use. We were looking at having pharmacies, dry cleaners, banks, maybe some restaurants and stuff. So mixed use has been discussed, and it's been discussed by this developer. And now, tonight, I'm not hearing those same words coming out of the developer's mouth as far as what mixed use is. And I'm a little bit discouraged. And people ask me, well, you voted for it in 2012. I voted for it in 2012, which were much different times than they are now in 2016. We now have a developer out there doing site work in the Park of Commerce. We have GBX in here that is practically ready to start breaking ground any time now. We've got a Chinese firm that's ready to come and start coming over here. They're coming in, I believe it's next week. They're wanting to move one of their manufacturing plants over here. But they've also drawn back a little bit because they're not sure what's going to happen out there. So, and I know that Budweiser's there with plans of expansion or had plans of expansion. I don't know where they are today. Contender is out there building boats and employing homestead residents each and every day. And if anybody's ever driven by there on a strong east wind, those homes will smell the resin that goes onto those boats each and every day. So with that, but anyway, I know what I was promised in 2012, and I'm not hearing that today. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I don't, Mr. Burgess, you did ask a question, or you did make a request of me early on. I know you've always been very considerate in allowing me to respond, so if I may. I'd love to tell you that these applications are cut and dried and that we're going to have all issues buttoned up and resolved days or weeks ahead of time. You and I both doing this on separate sides, you up there and me here, know that that's just not the case.
But we've never had anything this complicated in front of us either.
I don't know. I've worked on a couple of projects with pods and this and that kept us up here for a couple hours too.
Well,
So
that's just because we like to hear ourselves talk.
I trust that the proffer that we make does not further complicate matters. In fact, I'd take it a step further. I think it actually does, in large part, what all of you are asking for today. You've asked Mr. Corradino to tell you if there's a percentage or something that will require on the same site or parcel. Parcel's not defined. The definition of a parcel for mixed use or the requirement to have those mixed uses, that's not defined. But our proffer will actually ensure that the 14 acres on North Canal Drive, will be actually what you're asking for. We
don't have a definition of mixed use. You said that yourself. Right. We don't have one. So how do I know what that mixed use is going to contain or be?
Well, what we're saying is that that site will not be just one use. It will be at least two uses. That is the proffer. And I think that when you're up there and your colleagues are up there saying that you want a mix of uses, I'm assuming I'm going to take it literally to say you don't want one type. You don't want all commercial either. I mean, I think that's what I'd like to think that that's what you're all saying. It's not just about not wanting all single family or multifamily. It's also about not wanting commercial. It's about not wanting one single type. And I think the covenant, rather than complicating matters, delineates where you will get that integrated site plan, let's maybe call it that, and say, listen, we don't have a crystal ball, but we can determine that this is a site that should have integrated uses and that the rest of the site should maintain the flexibility so that if a parcel, size undefined, 3, 5, 7 acres comes in, we are not going to chill the development by saying, sorry, Mr. 3-acre or 5-acre owner, you've got to figure out how to put two uses in there. I know that's going to be a tough job because what are you going to do? Put 6 homes and a strip shopping center? Like how you make that work? It's a requirement and we want you to do that. You actually have the flexibility at that point. And I don't want to go back to Councilman Shelley's point. I actually don't think that, and again, the as of right discussion, I think you could reject, it's my professional opinion that you could all reject a site plan in the future with one use and it would withstand legal challenge because your underlying land use says mixed use. And I think a court would give great deference to a body of elected officials to interpret its own code. What we're asking for is give us the flexibility so in the future you can do that and stuff. Your attorneys and I will disagree tonight and we will disagree many, many more times. You've got terrific attorneys. But we personally do not think you're opening yourselves up to any further legal challenges down the road if you were to reject a unilateral one-use site plan. So our covenant, I think, offers up what you want, which is an area that will be, by definition, by covenant, 2 or more uses, and flexibility across the entirety of the category to allow all of you in the future to make that determination. We think that's what's best for you and your community moving forward rather than selectively today telling us, no, you can't move forward with this or with that, and perhaps just stopping a good project in the future that you might all say, I'm okay with these 8 acres being all commercial or all residential. I don't have a problem with that because I can look at this and I know that down the road I can make sure that this other parcel adjacent is done. My last point on the mixed use, and Joe mentioned, but I think it bears mentioning, mixed use in an urban downtown Dayland, the Met 1 building in Miami, typically vertical. Mixed use in suburban communities tends to be horizontal by nature. And to us, you are creating an artificial boundary by determining that that mixed use has to occur within a particular parcel. I say that all of you can figure out in the future when you get a site plan whether developing this parcel this way and then developing this other parcel next to it another way in the future creates that mixed use that you want. I want you all to have that flexibility. I want it for my client because I want my client to be able to move forward with the projects that they have in mind, but I think it's what's best for your city.
One more question. I guess this is to our attorney, Mr. Weiss. It's been brought to my attention and asked many times that there's supposedly a covenant that's been placed on the golf course property where it must remain at 150 acres. I don't believe the city has any authority over that. Is that correct?
There's a covenant in place. The city's not a party to the covenant. It's between it's called the golf club and the beneficiaries. The city's not a party to that. It doesn't run in favor of the city.
And I guess their next question to me was, well, can't the city protect us with that covenant? So what is there any recourse, or I'm not sure exactly what they were looking for by, protecting them on the removal of the property or anything, but can you explain? We're allowed, there wouldn't be.
Certainly in this decision, you're permitted to consider what's in the covenant and what was intended in the covenant.
But it wouldn't be anything to us that we could come back and get sued for allowing them to remove that property with the covenant in place?
No, that's a private covenant that's between private property owners, and the city is not responsible to enforce that covenant.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to the discussion about the covenant on the particular parcel. For me, the covenant's on the wrong parcel. I mean, I'm not interested necessarily in that corner being committed. It's the Park of Commerce parcel that I'm most concerned about. And so that's the one that if you started offering covenants to say, well, that would guarantee that it would be a mixed use, that would be a certain percentage of commercial, that becomes more interesting to me. But that particular parcel that you're talking about offering the covenant on is not really the one I'm concerned about. So you have this global discussion that we're talking about what mixed use applies across your entire DRI. And for me, one of my biggest concerns is the parcel, the Solera parcel, I guess is as you guys were calling it, in the Park of Commerce, is my biggest problem, because yes, there's right now residential components there, and as Councilman Burgess stated, when that item came before us before, it was a little bit of a different time, and at that time, the concept was, and at least as I remember discussing it, was that that was going to be kind of a commercial hub. It was almost going to be like this town center concept that had been discussed years before, where it was going to be a live, work, and play community. It was going to kind of be a downtown feel. And so that was kind of why the zoning, that was the reason for allowing some sort of density in the Park of Commerce, so getting that camel's nose under the tent, so to speak. But then now what you're talking about doing with that parcel is completely different. So now you're talking about saying, well, now it's going to be mainly residential with maybe some commercial component, but that's completely different than what I envisioned when I allowed for that zoning back in 2012. And so now, you're offering a covenant on a parcel that I'm not as concerned about. I'm not as concerned if that sales center area is homes, or some other mix of homes. But I am very concerned about that Park of Commerce property, because now we have a downtown that we've dedicated time, money, effort into, we're investing into, we're turning into our mixed use area where you're going to have people living, working, and playing. And this particular Park of Commerce, that portion that is owned, is really the most prime real estate in a Park of Commerce, because everything else is subject to an AQ. It's subject to noise restrictions and contours. It's crash zones. It's other things that kind of restrict the uses that can be placed in that Park of Commerce, where this particular property, where this parcel is probably the most prime real estate for future development in the Park of Commerce. And so my biggest concern is residential development on the Park of Commerce property, not necessarily on the other ones you're talking about. The other ones I'm less concerned about, and the flexibility makes more sense to me. So I just want to make sure, too, we kind of clarify, as we are on the topic of that particular covenant, that's not really a selling point to me on that particular location you've chosen. And so I just want to kind of address it while we're there, because this thing as it keeps changing, I know we're going to go from topic to topic, so I wanted to address it while we were on it.
Thank you, Councilman Shelley, and we certainly understand your comments, and obviously the mixed-use designation is across a number of properties, and so the covenant reflects where we believe from a development standpoint makes the most sense to have on one parcel or one site a mix of uses. With respect to the Solera site, the Park of Commerce site, it's got a lake to the south, and it's got obviously the Budweiser facility to the north. It's fairly small by development track standards and to have a mix of uses, just the way that it's sort of been developed with the Budweiser facility and obviously a lake that's going nowhere. It would make it hard. It's part of one of the reasons why when we look at that site, trying to find a way to do a mix of uses on that particular site becomes a challenge because quite frankly, where would you put the commercial versus the residential? How would you make it work? We think that certainly west of Kingman, where you've got a much longer and larger piece of land and a bigger canvas, this site, we were proposing the school site, and that might have changed the dynamics, another 30 acres. I would probably candidly have to tell you, well, now I have 50 acres. I can't make the same argument. On 50 acres, any good designer should be able to find a way to mix uses. On 20 acres, it's a lot harder. Particularly 20 acres where to the north you've got a functioning business, and to the south you're hamstrung by a natural feature like the lake. So, I mean, your point is well taken, and it's a matter of policy, and we understand it, but it's why we think that's a better site for just one use, and we want the flexibility. And again, you all would have the right to take a look at that later and say no or yes. And west of Kingman, I think, is where those mix of uses make the most sense.
Okay, Mr. Owens, I know we're going to have more conversation, but right now I'd like to get Homestead Miami Speedway up here because they're another large stakeholder in this area, and let's hear what they have to say. And then we've also got a lot of public comments here. But Mr. Weiss, correct me if I'm wrong here. This is a two-hearing process. So if someone is leaving the room because this is taking a long time, there is not going to be a final decision tonight. So if we outlast some of the public, it's not going to be, I'm sorry? Richard, this is the two-hearing process.
The point that was being made is if it's voted down tonight, then that would be the end of the process.
Okay.
If it's approved tonight, there would be a second meeting.
That's why I asked the attorney. But let's just assume this were to go forward. If you are in favor of this or against this, the city would have another, it is a two-hearing process, as I was corrected, unless it's denied tonight. So, yes, sir, name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gabriel Nieto of the Rascal Clock Law Firm, 2555 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables, here for the Homestead Miami Speedway. Just for the record, although you all know this, the Speedway is the owner.
Can everybody hear? Okay, you need to try to, if you need a handheld mic, we can give you a handheld.
No, I think it's just a distance. How's this?
Okay.
As you all know, the Speedway is the operator of the city's racetrack. We're also an owner and developer in the DRI, and we're committed to continuing investment in the area to make it a premier motorsports destination, including hosting the NASCAR championship for the last several years. What I want to do is go through our positions, because I think it's important for the record to get our position as to each of the 7 separate requests that are there. Before I do that, though, I want to talk about what you're deciding today. You've had a lot of back and forth on this concept of vested rights. Mr. Shelley asked the questions. Mayor, you asked some questions that related to that. And what does that mean? Well, vested rights that's a term that lawyers use when they challenge local decisions, right? That's what that is. So what you're doing today is you're making a decision as to what the allowed uses are on this DRI. Yes, there'll be a site plan, and the site plan can come back and get to the details, but you're filling out that broad brush, and you're being asked to designate uses, make definitions, and do things that could come back to haunt you. And I'll touch on that later when I get to the last request, because it really relates to this idea of mixed use being redefined globally to not mean mixed. What I'd like to do first, though, is just go through the 9 requests as your staff set them out in the staff recommendation, which is on the 4th page of the tab 10 in your package, and just kind of get our positions out there, because there's been some misinformation, and I want to be very clear as to what we're objecting to and what we're not objecting to, because a lot of these things we're not taking an objection to. So I'm going to go through these sequentially. There are 9 of them on that page. The first issue is the number of dwelling units. There's no change. Obviously, we have no objection there. Number 2 is to decrease commercial acreage by 30 acres and reassign that to mixed use, and this goes to sectors 9 and 10. Could we get the map that shows the proposed uses? Or is that's something else? The one that has the red and white candy striping? I'll just keep going while he's doing that.
Yeah, we'll try to get it.
James?
This is a map that shows the entire proposed changes. Joe has a map that is broken down by sectors, so...
Actually, no, that's fine. I'm sorry. It just looked a little different than the one I'd seen. I think it's the same map, just somewhat faded. Anyway, the second request goes to this request to reallocate commercial use into mixed use in sectors 9 and 10. Our position is that you've been retreating from commercial and industrial uses for a long time in this DRI. There's amendment after amendment that reduces employment center uses, reduces commercial, reduces industrial, and we think enough of that's happened, that we don't think that there should be any further reductions in the commercial areas, especially when it's being coupled with a definition that would make that possibly a completely or almost completely residential site. So we think that as to those sectors, you should hold the line and not redesignate anything else into mixed use. The mixed use area is large enough. There's more than enough acreage to accommodate the development rights that the developer has, and there's really no reason to do further expansion of that area. Item 3 is the school site. There's been no change. They retreated from that, so obviously there's no issue there. Items 4 and 5 are no changes, so we have no position there. Item 6 is this idea of moving open space, reducing the golf course, trading that for open space somewhere else. We own a property in Keys Gate, so it affects us. We're not taking a position on that, however. We will defer to the other Keys Gate residents as to what they think the best future is for that golf course. We want to see obviously the best possible golf course on that site and see the best future for Keys Gate as to that issue. So we're not going to take a position. We're going to defer. I know there's a lot of residents here that are going to speak to that issue and defer to whatever the city and the staff want to do on that item. Number 8 is another no change, so that's fine. And then item 9 is the big issue, what was called a small matter in the other presentation, which is just, change the entire meaning of mixed use to not mean mixed, that's all. It fundamentally changes what you've approved. You had an application in 2012. That application said, allow us to do mixed use. And I want to read you what the application says. This is their application for a DRI change in 2012. And this is what the city relied upon, it's what the staff relied upon, it's what the state agencies relied upon in 2012. This new category will be called mixed use, commercial/residential. Will allow for commercial and residential developments to coexist on the same parcel. Considering that this type of development allows for one to live and work within the same area, it will reduce the carbon footprint for residents of the area. So you heard a lot of discussion as to you're imposing this, or you're not allowing us flexibility for that. Well, what you did is you did what was asked for. They came with that proposal in 2012, and it was approved. We didn't object. The city approved it. Now we're coming back and we're redefining that to mean something totally different, where on the same parcel is a very clear component of this. It's very clear that the traffic study that was done in 2012, the staff recommendation in 2012, the finding there was no substantial deviation in 2012, were all premised on this live-work mixed use, what mixed use actually means, which is the uses are mixed together, and you have commercial and residential in the same area, and that's what everybody relied upon. And now we're coming back and we're going to say, well, it doesn't have to coexist, so that you can come back and you can do all residential, or all residential with a 7-Eleven on the corner. That's mixed use because there's a commercial component and the rest is all residential. You have no idea what it means. And when I hear this term flexibility that you've heard now, I must say that's the 30th time you've heard it when I said it. What does that mean? Flexibility for who? Is it your flexibility or is it their flexibility? And I would suggest it's their flexibility. It's your handcuff. For them, for the developer, it allows them to come in with whatever they want, subject to having 2 uses on whatever the large district is that they're drawing, whatever the large map they're working with, they can come back, do whatever they want, and you're going to have a very hard time denying that, because whatever you do, somebody's going to come back and say that, oh, in May 2016, you approved that. You approved single family in this area. You approved uses being separate and mixed use not really meaning mixed. And that applies throughout the entire DRI. Now, obviously, our main issue on the definition is going to be in the Park of Commerce. We're very concerned with that. We're concerned about encroachment in the Park of Commerce. You have a mixed-use area, potentially within the noise boundary of the racetrack. And we didn't object to that in 2012, but that's very different than saying you're going to have a single-family neighborhood there. People that buy mixed-use homes in an area where there's commercial interspersed with your home, where there's the traffic that has, the hustle and bustle, the noise that causes, are much less proactive about not wanting to hear race cars or not wanting to hear noise than somebody who buys a single-family home in a 10,000 square foot lot. They're very different neighborhoods. And it's a very different mix of products. So we think that we've now got some residential in the Park of Commerce. That residential has restrictions. It has to be mixed on the same parcel. The restrictions the developer asked for, that the city approved, and we don't think there's any reason to retreat from that. And we also think that this idea of redefining mixed use to not mean mixed just doesn't make any sense. And Mr. Corradino made a pretty good presentation on that. I'd like to read what he wrote in the staff recommendation, because I think it speaks to the issue really well. The proposed request, this is talking about the idea that land uses can be developed independently or together, which means that you can totally separate them. Proposed request is unusual and creates a very broad zoning district. Staff recommends denial of the requested amendment to the mixed-use category to allow commercial and/or residential development to be developed independently or on the same parcel. The development of a single use on a parcel designated as mixed use does not meet the intent of the mixed-use category as established in the 2012 ordinance. And it goes on to say that best practices have traditionally provided single-family residential areas protection from negative impacts caused by neighboring industrial uses. This is talking to the Park of Commerce. You've got single-family potentially right next to an industrial area, and approving that request would result in single-family homes adjacent to an existing industrial use, and for that reason, the staff recommends denial of that requested amendment. We concur with that. We don't think it's an appropriate use in the Park of Commerce. We don't think it's mixed use at all. It's just whatever you want. It's a blank check to come back, propose whatever you're going to see in the future. Nobody knows what it is because nobody said what's going to happen with that, and you're going to find your hands tied. One of the arguments made, and I just want to respond to a couple of things I heard. That's our primary position. One of the arguments I heard is that, well, what happens if somebody buys a 10-acre parcel? Somebody buys a 10-acre lot, and now they have to build commercial and residential on that lot, and they're stuck. Well, anybody can come back and amend the DRI again. It's been amended. I've lost count of how many times it's been amended. The amendment package is this thick. It's a dictionary. So anybody can come back. As a matter of fact, there's a process for what they call a small-scale amendment, which gets a preferential treatment. It's fast-tracked. It doesn't require the same level of review. Somebody can do that. I've done that. I've done 10-acre amendments to DRIs. They happen. Mr. Arza can do that. That's not an issue. Whoever buys a property can do that. The difference is it comes back to you. That's the key point. You're not giving it away now. If somebody wants to do something and it requires flexibility for them, fine, come back, propose it. You'll take a vote. Your future successors will take a vote, but it will have review. It won't be based on a blank check that was written in May 2016 that will haunt the city for the rest of the life of this development. And just one last issue in closing, and I'm glad to answer any questions you all have. We didn't object in 2012. We didn't object because of mixed use. If you were to redefine mixed use to mean not really mixed use, really residential, I think that reopens the entire thing. Because what everybody relied upon, what this council was voting on, what the state was reviewing, what your staff opined on in 2012, what we decided when we didn't object, was what was presented. And if now you're going to say, well, that didn't really mean what it said, it really means something totally different, I think you reopen that entire can of worms. And you go back to whether the analysis and the approval in 2012 was appropriate, given that it didn't really mean what it said it meant. So with that, that's our position on the issues. I'd be glad to answer any questions that any of you have.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. He brought up a point, and I'd like to get some clarification from staff. On point number 2, the decrease of the commercial use acreage from 52.42 acres to 22.42 acres. You support that. Can you give me your reasoning why you support that over 50% reduction?
I think that's being converted into the mixed-use category.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's being converted into the mixed-use category.
Thank you.
That's correct. It's taking land that's commercial now, which would be solely commercial, and moving it into mixed use.
Which would fall under the new flex, quote unquote. Is that correct?
No, the applicant,
No, but mixed use will now fall under the term of flex zoning, is that correct?
I don't see, there's no flex in this application. So
I know there's not flex, but it's been mentioned at the podium. It's been mentioned 4 or 5 times. You sent me a definition of flex zoning last night, so flex is out there.
Let me clarify that. So the applicant comes in and wants to change.
Answer my question first.
I'm not sure what it
That
was.
would then fall under the ability to build what they want to build, when they want to build it, how they want to build it on that 30 acres.
If you approve the change to mixed
Correct.
use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Roth?
Just for clarification.
Sir.
The Parker Commerce property, if it stays zoned the way it is currently now, the track has no problem with that.
If you also don't change the objection for mixed use, if you change the change the definition of mixed use, if you change the definition, that's a big issue for us. If you leave it the way it is, don't change what it is means, then we don't have an objection to it, correct?
So you're okay with townhouse development with mixed?
I don't know that we're okay with it. It's there.
Right.
And what we're asking is that the developer just get the rights they already have. Whatever rights they have, they can keep those rights. We're not putting you in the uncomfortable position of having to roll back something that you did in 2012. Even though we think there are issues with what happened then, we're not asking you at this time to roll that back, with the caveat that if we change the meaning of it, then that would be a whole separate issue. But we're not asking you to change that. All we're saying is don't further expand the mixed-use area, don't change the meaning of the mixed-use area, and let the developer keep what they have.
Right, so I
Whatever that is.
understand that part of it. So it sounds like the real sticking point here is the mixed use change. And
I
don't know
think
if there's a
that's the primary issue,
possibility
yeah.
to work on that tonight and get that wording changed or the definition changed or the or changed so we can begin to move forward. I mean, there's a lot of people here that want to talk tonight, and we're stuck on this one little category called mixed use, which nobody seems to be able to identify what it is. So if we don't change that,
And
it
all
seems
I-
like we don't have a problem.
And all I could suggest on that, Mr. Roth, is that the developer wrote that wording. That wording was in their 2012 application.
Right,
You
and
should
that-
leave that wording the way it is.
And that's why I'm putting it out there now. That just really seems to be the only thing that's holding this up, is what I'm hearing, is the mixed-use aspect of the request. So I'll hold
We
my
also
questions for later.
object to adding
Thank
to
you,
the
Mayor.
mixed-use area, to making it larger.
Get it, I get it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Maldonado?
So the question I think that we need defined by the track. I mean, look, we understand the tracks are partner. We own the track, and they're the lessees of the track, the operators of the track, and they're doing a great job at that. And so we have that relationship, and we understand that. Because we have that relationship, we're trying to get, direction and what you guys need in order to be satisfied. The question that's popping up is that as it's stated right now under the 2012 NOPC, there is a residential component allowed in there with 189 townhomes in the area, in that area. So they can build residential homes. There will be folks living there, 189 units, as opposed to if they went to single family, from my understanding, it's going to be 91 homes, lesser of what's the townhomes. So in essence, and maybe Joe, so they can build 189 townhomes in that area right now, whether they object or not.
Correct.
Okay.
Except, sir, that it would be 189 homes, mixed use. mixed with commercial use
Yeah.
interspersed. It's not 189
Right.
homes by themselves.
Right, correct. But, so within that, but there's 189 homes that could be townhomes or residential. However, this definition right now is just townhomes or separate townhomes or within a building, like we think Dayland, residential on top, building on the bottom, but it could be separate townhomes as well. Am I correct on that?
You're correct. They can build up to 89 units, townhomes or multifamily, in combination with commercial.
89 or 189?
I'm sorry, 189.
189.
Right, if they can fit it.
Right.
With the commercial.
Okay.
And
And
the
so
key-
you guys, and so we're clear on that in the sense that they have that
Yeah,
right.
I just want to be perfectly clear on our
Right.
position. Our position is that we're not asking you to roll that back. That is what it is, it exists.
Right.
But we think that there's a much greater encroachment issue to the tract by having single-family homes or even townhomes divorced from commercial use than there is with what the director just read, which is 189 townhomes interspersed, or what was the word you used?
Combination.
In combination with commercial.
And that is basically in that Park of Commerce area that we're
That's in the area that we call the Solera portion, which is it is that kind of irregular triangle-shaped parcel in the Park of Commerce, which is east of Kingman, south of the Budweiser plant, and west of Park of Commerce Drive. The candy cane stripe thing.
Right. The one next to it there's a road dividing it where it says 10.
Correct.
So just an idea, so just a thought that I have. Are they allowed to build townhomes within their mixed use and as well as the whole 10 area as well?
Yes, sir. That's the same definition, and it's got the same provisions to it. But in Sector 10, they have the right now to develop a total of 1,444 units. 929 of them are already built.
Okay. So, okay, and so again, I guess just the definition of make sure that we're clear is that we understand that residential can go in the area that you're saying no?
And what I'm saying is, we don't necessarily support that, but we're not asking you to roll it back.
Okay. But
what's done
you
is
guys are
done.
clear, but you're clear in the sense that that is allowed, they have that right in the
Right,
answer there.
exactly. So what's done is done.
Right.
And we're just saying, let's not go further down that path.
Okay, because, the concern that I heard from others was, where, you're objecting, and my concern is that, are you objecting to a right that the developer has? And if you're asking us to reject it or to deny it, I think we had that issue back in maybe in 2012, and where the Air Force Base and Alger Farms, that's when the whole ECUS thing was coming about. We had to take the rights from the farm, and we did, and ended up going into a lawsuit. And so if you are asking us to not allow them to build, which is their right, then in essence, you're asking us to go into a lawsuit, because I think that's what's going to happen.
No, we're not asking that. What we're asking you to do is don't walk into another lawsuit by giving a blank check that you're not going to want to cash later, and by redefining mixed use to mean something you don't even know what it means now. So we're not asking you to roll anything back. We're not asking you to do anything as to anybody's vested rights. There's that lawyer word again. But what we're asking you to do is to not convey rights that weren't conveyed in 2012, which is the right to have single-family development or to have residential separated from commercial.
Okay, I'll hold my question for now.
So, Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, I guess, because we're discussing this as a matter of right, which kind of comes back to, the decisions we make today are going to determine potentially what they can build in the future. So now we're having the same argument saying they have as a matter of right to build 180 townhomes units, which is the exact opposite argument of what they were saying before. Well, if you give us this, you don't have to worry about that. But my question is, more so, is with that 189 number, that's not a set in stone, because of the way it's currently worded, we have that flexibility. We have the discretion to require a certain amount of commercial to go along with those 189 townhome units, and that's to be determined based on the site plan, based on the further discussion that we have as that process proceeds. So as Mr. Corradino said, assuming they can get them all to fit. And so based on what we as a council decide that we want the product to look like, based on the location in which that product is going. In this case, if we're talking about the Park of Commerce, then we may determine that we want more commercial in that area because of the nature of the Park of Commerce than we want residential. And we have the ability under our current wording to ask for that and to say that's what we want and to have the project fit what we're asking for. So to say point blank that they can build 189 townhomes with no commercial product or without us having a say in that is incorrect, because we have the ability to shape that project under the current flexibility that we have as policymakers. And I think that's really the discussion that we're having tonight, is who's going to have the flexibility. And we right now have the flexibility to do what we want with those 189 units. Where if we give them these changes, we're not going to have that flexibility, and we're going to be playing defense the whole time instead of being able to make the product that we want. And so I wanted to make that comment, and I guess confirm that I'm correct on that, right, Mr. Corradino?
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to also mention something that Councilman Roth had stated, and that was that I think we are having a lot of discussion about kind of the nuances of what is the word, what is mixed use, what isn't mixed use, and I think a lot of the people here aren't necessarily concerned about that as much. I think there are people that are concerned about that use, but I think a lot of them are more golf course oriented. They're here because they're concerned about what the golf course is going to look like. And I have no personal issue, I have no problems whatsoever with the proposal as made in the DRI for the golf course portion of it. I think that's something that I support. I think that's something that's good for the city of Homestead to be able to give flexibility to build a golf course in world class or quality is going to be good for the community. And so my question for the attorneys then is, it seems like we have issues with one part of it and maybe not so many issues with the other parts. Is there a way to bifurcate this application, this DRI? Can we consider the golf course and say that we all support the golf course? Let's get the golf course portion out of the way. Let's move that forward. And then let's sit here and argue over the nuances of what is mixed use and what isn't mixed use and what do we want it to look like and what do we agree with. Is that an option that's on the table for us?
Mr. White.
So the applicant's application, I certainly think that we can ask the applicant if that's something that they would be amenable to. And short of that, I certainly think that at the end of the day, what you're being asked to do is to amend the development order for the DRI. And that development order has conditions in it, and attached to the conditions are the master plan and the corresponding land use chart. So I certainly think that you will have the ability to grant one aspect of this application and not or deny the other section of this application.
All right, thank you. And that's something I definitely support, doing if we find that we can't find agreement on the other items, or we find that we all have one. I think that bifurcating it and getting the golf course out of the way and getting it so it can move forward, they can build it, and that there are no barricades to whatever they need to do to make that happen is something I definitely support. So I just wanted to put that on the record and kind of lay the groundwork as we start going into the public comment section or phase of this, so that we all know what we can do and what our options are.
Anything else, sir?
Nothing else from my side. Just in the event there's anything we want to clean up, I'd like to be able to come back up. I don't really anticipate it, but in case it's needed. But otherwise, I just thank you for your time and for listening.
Absolutely. And what we'll do now is I have the cards here. I'm going to read a few names. If you don't mind lining up in the back there and then walk down to the microphone. Kevin, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Craig, Mr. Mino, Ms. Mozinski, and Ms. Martin. Mr. Craig, Mr. Sullivan, sorry.
Is there a time limit?
No. No.
Because I heard you mentioned a stakeholder that talked for forever. I almost fell asleep. And that stakeholder is using the property that I, as a city taxpayer, own. So don't lose sight of that. The Park of Commerce. I don't think anybody up here, except maybe the mayor, has a lot of memory of the Park of Commerce. 1993. And for years, we, taxpayers, paid a fortune to this group called the Rockefeller Group. I know the mayor remembers it. Every year they came back for another contract, and they promised us they were going to build fantastic property out there, all kinds of industrial, commercial. We're going to raise our tax base, get jobs coming down here. Well, you go out and look at that Park of Commerce now, drive in from Canal Drive, and you'll see the entrance building that looks like somebody drove one of those high-resolution, high-tired vehicles through it. It's sitting there all strewn. It's an absolute mess. Okay, get on to the whole business. I'm in favor of the application, totally in favor of it. There is nothing in the application that I see that's going to harm me living where I am living, at 1860 Southeast 6th Court in Homestead. Been a resident here since 1989. I know you don't want to believe that, Mayor, but remember, I just got out of school when I got here. So, going on further, the golf course issue, I've never golfed in my entire life, except for miniature golf. But I think the golf course is a great issue if the developer wants to move forward with it. But I really believe all this rhetoric tonight, and you've got me dizzy, and I'm not disparaging anybody up here, this mixed use, I don't know what that means. I mean, you go to the buffet table and they say that's mixed use, so I'm not really sure. I think that you people are supposed to be educated, sitting up there thinking of the best interest of the city. You should be able to come up with an accommodation that's going to address the developer's reasonable requests and protect the citizens of the city of Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Craig. Mr. Craig.
I hate to follow Kevin. My name is Timothy L. Craig. I live at 1865 Southeast 20th Avenue. Also, happy 22nd birthday, Vice Mayor. As you know, for identification purposes only, I am the chairman of the Tourism Advisory Committee for the city. I'm also the community liaison for the Keysgate Community Association. Following Kevin, I too endorse the application. However, in the interest of moving these things along and in the interest of all these people, as Councilman Shelley pointed out, that if we could separate out the golf course issue, because I think that the majority of people in the audience are in favor of, I'd like to see that done. Then I would certainly attend any sort of second hearing we have about the mixed use thing. I have my own opinions about that. But I do think that the city council has been very patient. I don't know if you want to hear all these people. I don't know if all these people want to stay here and talk. But I do support the application. I think that it would be in the interest of the city, in the interest of the community. It would attract tourism. It would raise city taxes. It would raise my own property values. I don't know how many could be opposed to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Amino? Did he leave? Okay, Ms. Mazinski?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, City employees, staff, citizens of Homestead. I'm here to stand in front of you today to let you know that the Miami Herald got it wrong when they claimed that Wayne Rosen started an online petition. That online petition was started by a group of homeowners, including myself. The petition was kind of selfish on our part, but we wanted to see if people had an interest in our golf course, had an interest in our city. Somebody posted on the petition last night, so I'm going to be brief. They were saying that we have violated the Federal Trade Commission. I don't believe so. We did not use this as a marketing tool. This is people with their heart and their soul in the golf course. We bought in our community. We support our community. We, as citizens in our community, our homeowners, we support Mr. Rosen. And please be known that he was not part of this petition. He did not know of it. It was something that we did one night when we got fed up with the shenanigans going back and forth. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you do make the right decision and vote forward to approve our golf course. Thank you.
You're
I'm sorry.
favorable.
Besides the golf course, I'm sorry. the Solaris homes too as well. We need those homes to be tied into our golf course. Mr. Rosen is going to invest $12 million into our community. He'll get that money back with those homes being sold. They're part of a recreation lease. That's what we're understanding with, and I guess that's going to be put into the home itself when they sell it. So it's part of it. It's all part of our city. So please, look at this and vote it yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Martin? Look, what we're going to do is I'm going to get a few people in favor of, and I'm going to ask a few people, not in favor of, and then what we'll do is just kind of all stand, and so the council members can see who's here in favor and who's here opposed. And if we could just refrain from clapping, because we're just trying to we're working through this. So, Ms. Martin, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I moved here in 2002 from the Pinecrest area. We moved down here to Homestead because we knew that the community was growing and we wanted to live in a golf course community. At the same time, I also encouraged 2 of my relatives to move into the Fairways area as well on the golf course because I really felt it was a good investment for everybody. So now here we are, 14 years later. We have depreciated property. We're sitting on no golf course. We have no clubhouse. Longtime neighbors are sick and tired of all the discrepancies and all the negativity that's going on in our community. It is really very sad. Homestead is a great place. We have a great future, but if we keep on with this going back and forth with neighbors, one side and the other, this is not going to be the place to live. We are stuck now with several of our longtime neighbors in our neighborhoods that just physically said, I give up, I'm out of here, because it's not a nice place to live anymore. When it was sold, when the golf course was sold, it gave us some hope, and it also kind of gave us a new kind of feeling about our community. Really, a world-class golf course in Homestead? How exciting is that? Also designed by Mr. Fazio. Are you kidding me? What's not to want there? A destination venue for our residents and out-of-town visitors that come here in the millions. A great place that showcases Homestead and takes us from here to here. Not to mention the prize, the developer who's going to use his own money to develop it. And we are going to take the chance of losing that. If you are voting for the golf course, you are also voting for this developer's proposal tonight. This developer deserves it. He's been in Homestead a long time. He's a proven guy. I think you all know that. So if we risk losing the current developer, what are we going to get? And what are we going to end up on our golf course? Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mino. Let me ask you a question. If anyone's opposed to what we're talking about tonight, could I ask you to line up in the back and let me call you to the front? This is going to be the last in favor of right now, and then we'll stand up and show, support for. Mr. Mino?
Lawrence Mino, 2555 Dunwoody Place, Mayor, Council. Mayor and Council. Well, there's a couple things that jump out at me. One, I heard the attorneys from the track, and I just want to say, the last time I checked, the track doesn't run this town. Okay, the citizens behind me are the ones that run this town. Although the track does a lot of things economically that are positive for Homestead, I've seen many times where they've gone in the Herald and they've showed that they bring $250 million economically to Homestead. The problem that I have is that it falls on the backs of the citizens to pay the tax bill of $700 to $1 million a year, okay? Now, if you make that much money, seems to me that you guys could pay the tax bill, okay? And not the citizens, the hardworking citizens of Homestead. That's the first problem I have. The second problem is in 2012, when this was approved, the track was on the agenda right before this item, okay? And if my mind can think, I believe there was a variance that was voted in favor of the track, and then second, there was a topic of the 2012, and that was voted, it was a 4-0 vote, and 3 people were absent. So if there was problems, and the attorney saw problems at that time, that would have been the time to speak out, okay? Not tonight, not to prolong this, okay? We've been back and forth, and at the end of the day, the Park of Commerce has sat there empty for years and years and years. And here we have a person that's willing to spend his own money, as Ms. Martin said, invest in our community. He's got a proven track record, okay? And we're trying to find a way to block it. Now, I sat up here and I heard Councilman Burgess earlier say Keysgate Golf like 8 times. That's the most I've ever seen him say Keysgate Golf. He's not returned emails, he's not returned phone calls, okay? That's my third point.
Gentlemen, Mr. Mino, just, stay on the task here of the discussion about the issue, okay?
I'm going to.
Okay, thank you.
I'm allowed 3 minutes, and I'm going to.
Mr. Burgess.
There's a handful of people, Councilman Burgess, that you haven't responded to.
Hold on, gentlemen, please. This is not an election. This is about a discussion of an issue in front of us tonight.
What it boils down to is we have an opportunity, like Ms. Martin said, to have a Fazio name come into Homestead and develop a state-of-the-art facility that will be beneficial. It will bring economic growth, okay? It will bring jobs. It will also have recreation, a component that we really don't have in Homestead. It will allow our youth to go to summer camp, golf camp in this facility, okay? And we have an opportunity to make this happen right now. And I understand you're going back and forth with the land use, but in 2012 it was approved, like Councilman Elvis Maldonado said, 189 units. So it seems to me that we could all get together and I'll give, you give, and we all meet in the middle and come up with a solution that would be beneficial for everybody. Because at the end of the day, the only people that suffer are the citizens of Homestead. In closing, Mayor, Council, it's simple. You're either for the citizens of Homestead or you're in favor of the track. Because it seems to me the track's the one that's opposing this whole project, and they have been from the very beginning. It's very clear to me. And the last thing I want to say is that I know you guys will think about this. I know that you will make the right decision for the best interests of the citizens of Homestead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I know I asked some people to go to the back that have a difference of opinion. Is there someone that would like to come to the microphone that would have a difference of opinion so we could hear that? And I don't have your name, so I'll. All right, sir, thank you.
I think that maybe opposed is a little strong word, but for the record, I'd first like to.
Get your name, I'm sorry.
First, I'd like to say my name's Joseph Sinnercrope. I'm a resident of Palm Isles, 1963 Southeast. Also, I'd like to say, regardless of what comes out of this evening, it does my heart good to see this type of participation in the community. 3 combat tours, lost 18 Marines. They would be proud looking down at this right now and seeing the grassroots that has taken place, regardless of what side of the fence you're on. I'd like to thank personally and compliment Mr. Burgess, Mr. Shelley, yourself, Mayor, and some others who have brought up, I think, and have been able to try to distinguish the key executive strategic point, the definition of mixed use. And do we want to give that right up as a council, and by extension, the citizenry of this great city that we're in? And I don't think we do. I think that the point that was brought up about delinking the golf course issue, which is the only issue that is really at debate, where we have complete concurrence. Let's delink it. Let's move forward with going with the golf piece, and that the developer and the owner of the golf course can do today. And we can get a vote, as Mr. Shelley stated, as Mr. Burgess stated, and others, and we can delink that issue and move forward right now on that issue. And all of us can be satisfied with the golf course. And then let's come back to the larger strategic issue, which is the definition of mixed use and whether or not we want to give that up. I tend to concur with Mr. Burgess, Mr. Shelley. I think some of the concerns that the mayor brought up, as well as the Homestead Speedway. If we are here in the final moments, still arguing, still confused about the definition of mixed use and what it is we're giving up, then we should not make a decision on that this evening. So I think that we can make a decision, delink the actual zoning request, the DRI request, simply have the golf course brought up as a separate issue, and that will move forward probably without contention. There will be no debate from anybody. The golf course is not the issue here. We're all in favor of it. What we are not, and what we need to discuss seriously as a community, is the rest of that DRI request. And that would be my comments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else basically on the other side at this point?
Good evening. My name's Darlene Polo Kramer. I live at 2816 Augusta Drive on the number 6 tee of the golf course. My husband and I put our money down on the house in 2003. It was finished in 2005. And we live in Homestead. We vote in Homestead. We've been good volunteers in Homestead. In fact, I'm the Homestead Women's Club Woman of the Year this year. And happy to be here. I support this request that Mr. Rosen has put in. I am sort of shocked that the track after, because I've looked at the 2012 minutes and such, there was no objection at that time. And I've been a good neighbor to the track. You know, they have more than one race a year. We get that noise all the time. I'm a good neighbor to the Air Force Base. I can tell you at 4:12 every day, a.m., there is a plane coming in. So, I mean, we hear them. We hear them all the time. We never call and complain. We knew they were there when we built our house. We know they're going to be there now, and I just don't find any reason why the track is objecting right now when we are all good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we can just say, thank you, ma'am. What I'd like to ask right now is, of the neighbors that are in the room, could I have a show of hands who is here in favor of the council moving forward with this modification of DRI? So we don't have to just have everybody come up. Okay, so now the ones that are opposed to us going forward, because this is what we're trying to figure out. It's kind of almost split. We're working in that direction. Let me ask Joe, to the point that Mr. Shelley brings up about separating out the golf course question. Walk us through that. What's the issue?
Well, I think what we would do is work to consider and approve the changes by section related to the golf course, and we would have to outline those for you so that you knew what they were, or unless you've got a better way to do that, we can just take them in total with those changes, or we can just leave out the any issues with mixed use and bring those back at a later date. That may be the easiest way to do it.
Well, James, as it pertains to this question of bifurcation, would you do it by section? Would you say that you would take out basically section 8 and section 12 and separate them out? Because I don't understand the process here. You're on.
Well, it's a little unusual, first, but it's the applicant's application that they're seeking before you. So the applicant has submitted the materials, the applicant has submitted the maps, the applicant has submitted the corresponding charts, all the land use applications. So if you were going to unilaterally move forward without the applicant's consent, it's one thing if the applicant agrees and we all can move forward with one aspect, but if not, then there needs to be some discussion because your planning staff is going to be the one who's going to have to amend the application, amend the maps, amend all of those things to unilaterally deal with the change to the golf course. But yes, you would start taking them sector by sector and looking at each sector and each change, which I think you could easily do because they're outlined 1 through 9 by your staff, corresponding to your staff report, and it's broken down by sector.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a comment, and I sat here intently to hear what my colleagues had to say and what the community had to say. And there's a relevant argument to be had on both sides, and I'm not here tonight to stand on the left or to stand on the right. I thank God that I'm right here in the middle, which I feel comfortable being at. But for me, as I think about the greater good of the community and making a decision that is in the best interest of the community, I think about flexibility and willing to work together. And we listened to concessions that the developer, the applicant, was willing to make to allow us some more comfort up here as we make these decisions. But I don't see flexibility, and I said that for the 32nd time, I don't see flexibility being held on all sides. If you have someone willing to spend millions of dollars in their own money, we can definitely meet them in the middle. We can't completely turn our backs to that. And in a perfect world, we can bifurcate this and separate it. But for all intents and purposes, this is a master plan. This is a master plan. And we know if we separate this, the golf course will pass and probably everything else will fail. So we'll be essentially setting ourselves up to approve the golf course and fail everything else. So I'm not in favor of bifurcating it. I'm in favor of voting on what is before us. And if someone is willing to invest that amount of money in our community, I think we should be able to meet in the middle. And just for the record, for me, this application is not about Wayne Rosen. This application is what is in the best interest of this community and what is for the greater good of this community and the halo effect that it can potentially have in Homestead. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I've been remiss. I've got, no. We're trying to get control of that, please. I need to ask for a motion to extend the meeting for at least an hour. Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Mr. Maldonado, did you? Oh, okay. Okay, then I guess probably what we should talk about right now is there going to be a motion to request staff to bifurcate this, or are we going to talk about this as one item?
Mayor, my mic's still on, so, and it's okay, if you don't mind.
Mr. Maldonado? Go
So,
ahead.
yeah, so I concur with what she's saying, and I think that realistically, this is what we need to look at as a council and as a city. I mean, we have both sides here, and we need to figure out, exactly, this is a big pie. I don't think that if we piecemeal this, then I don't know that we even get the golf course that you guys want. And we still get some development within the community, but I don't think that we get everything that we want. And so I'm in favor for not separating these items, just to keep them as a whole, because, look, we did this when Lennar came to us a few months ago, and when they were changing their master plan with their homes, when they were actually going from townhomes, which had, the ability to have more folks in there, and they went down to single-family homes, and I think it was a large project that was similar to this, and it wasn't split apart. We didn't split it apart. We agreed to it as a whole, and that whole community is now going to benefit from that. And so we've done this in the past, and so I think it's something that we could still do. So I'm not in favor of splitting this up in pieces. So at least you just know where I stand on that.
All right, sir, thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. The sticking point for me is the flexibility that we give to the developer and take away from the citizens in future development. And I'm not, in good conscience, able to vote for that tonight. If there's some other way, if they want to bifurcate out the golf course tonight, because I'm all in favor of the golf course. My son and I used to go there and hit balls all the time and play. I've been playing golf since I was 6 years old. I love golf. And now he and I it's too far to drive to Redlands for a quick bucket of balls or whatever, so we don't have that ability to go do that anymore. I'm all for the golf course, but I'm not for the giving away the rights of the city on what's developed and how it's developed, and that's the sticking point for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roth?
James, if we were able to negotiate, I guess is what we're doing here with the applicant, and we were able to leave everything in there as it is, remove the mixed-use language or definition that they want to put in there, and leave the Parker Promise property as it was in 2012, would that be enough to get the rest of it pushed through?
Councilman, I can't answer that question for you.
We need to ask him.
I think that's a question that you should probably pose to the applicants to see where they stand on this very issue.
We'll get them back up, but here's one thing, because I have to kind of agree with Mr. Burgess. We're giving up too much with this mixed-use dialogue. I'm really concerned about that. I'm willing to support this tonight to move it forward. But if in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in the second reading, if we don't have some sort of concession or some sort of clarification or some sort of answer to this mixed-use concern that seems to be the biggest sticking point, it's going to, if it passes tonight, you got a month to work on it. The applicant has a month to work on it. Everybody can come to some sort of agreement. Everybody gets back at the table with clear direction, or at least fairly clear direction from where everybody sits on this dais. And it gives you a chance to work this out, because we're going to be here all night trying to work this out. This is not the place. But I think you've heard specific issues and specific concerns from every council person, and that you know where the sticking points are. The applicants know where the sticking points are. I think the question is, send you guys back, work out the question of the mixed-use concern. If you come back next meeting and you can't get a majority of the council to move it forward, I'm giving it a chance to live, knowing that there's still a chance it could die in the second reading. Richard, am I correct here? Okay, so that would be my recommendation, is to send you out on your marching orders, you and the applicant, and figure out what we can come up with next meeting, but realizing the major sticking point is the city council generally feels they don't feel comfortable giving up that mixed-use description to have the word independent. Is that the word that's in there that talks about them being independent?
Sir.
Okay, so I will move a recommendation to move forward with this tonight and ask for a second, with the caveat that if there's not some sort of clarity on this question, I reserve the right to vote differently in the next meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other final comments? Mr. Shelley?
No, my only concern is making sure, I know we're giving staff direction to negotiate, but it would be good to know whether the applicant is also willing to negotiate, or we hit a point where neither party is going to budge. But in the brevity of time, I'm willing to let's take a vote on the motion, and then we can see where it goes.
Let us work through this. So, okay, there's been a motion and a second by Mr. Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes. Now, clear direction. Bring back something that we can live with, and you can get it. You got to get a consensus, because this is a tightly wound issue. Mr. Arza? Oh, sorry.
We appreciate the vote forward today, as we've done all along, as we did last week when we amended this application, as we did earlier today when we proffered a declaration of restrictions. We are willing to move on our application. This application doesn't look like today what it looked like a week ago or a month ago or 3 months ago. I earnestly hope that we see the same reciprocity moving forward so that we can reach a consensus on the mixed-use definition moving forward. But we have already shown, and we look forward to showing more willingness to work with you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that motion carries. We are going to go to tab, where are we, 12? Okay, so we're going to have to take just a 5-minute recess because we got another fairly lengthy one. Give us 5 minutes, we'll be right back.
No, he doesn't have it. He's proffering it, and we're gonna get it before a second reading.
So they want us to negotiate with them over something we don't.
I'll bring the dictionary and we'll define it.
Good luck. Yeah.
I got it teed up, I just didn't have time. I got a lot of mixed-use
Okay.
definitions,
All right.
so we'll talk about them.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to.
Huh?
I guess we're gonna have to. I mean, I think I know. Well, we'll have to get into it because they're one spectrum to the other up there. So if you're gonna, we're gonna get
Except as their plan attorney told them, I mean, if the site plan really is, at the end of the day,
Okay, if everybody's ready to get started again, we've still got a lot of agenda left.
Nobody wants to go, oh, there's a few people still want to talk to us.
So, under land usage items, we're on tab 11. James?
Moving on to the rest of your quasi-judicial agenda this evening, tab 11 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning request by TT of Lucy, Inc. of an approximately 8.20 acre parcel from the agricultural zoning district to the retail commercial B2 zoning district for property located south of Southeast 8th Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, and northwesterly of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Joe, anything from staff?
Yes, sir, we're recommending that the mayor and council approve this change from agriculture to B2. Upon the approval, the applicant intends to develop an automobile dealership on the undeveloped parcel upon approval of the requested zoning. The property, like we said, it fits, the B2 fits the land use designation, and so, again, we're recommending approval.
Any questions from council? Mr. Williams?
Do we have a map?
Yes, sir, the map is in the package Exhibit 2, and there's a blue outline around the...
All right, but we have black and white, so, but on the screen I see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And describe to me again that they want, what kind of industry is this automobile?
It's an automobile dealership,
Do we know what it is?
Chevrolet.
So what?
It's the Chevrolet Cadillac dealership that's currently on US 1 that's going to move out there, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, I'll wait till the presentation.
Mr. Roth?
I'm going to do the same. I'll wait for the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Burgess?
Mr. Flanagan, I was under the impression you guys came for us, or to Mr. Cordino, that there was a different parcel originally that was being looked at and asked for. And this is a new change and a new application type thing? Okay,
I'll let the applicant explain the details.
thank you.
Mr. Flanagan?
For the record, Jeffrey Flanagan with offices at 3399 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables, representing the applicant TT of Lucy. And yes, this is, several months ago, we were before you on a rezoning request. We had site plans and some attendant requests in the pipeline for the property that abutted Lucy Street on the south side, immediately to the east of the BJ's warehouse. Those applications were withdrawn. They had to be withdrawn. And so the applicant also had this parcel under contract. And we have basically taken the proposed Chevrolet Cadillac dealership from the south side of Lucy Street and put it to this abutting parcel so it fronts onto 6th Avenue. So it's right now it's an AU piece of parcel. The BJ's is zone B2. The land use designation for the area is TMU, Technology Mixed Use, which allows these types of uses. I think the B2, and you also see on the map, there's a B2 over on the eastern corner, at the corner of Lucy Street and the Turnpike. And so this is developing, this area of town is developing, as you know, and the B2 request is compatible with the BJ's that it abuts, and with the B2 on the east side, there's also a piece of B1 just to the west of that. It's anticipated, as I said, that it would be for a Chevrolet Cadillac dealership. That was the prior request. So everything we've talked about in the past at hearings, it applies to this same application. We have in the pipeline a site plan application and the two attendant applications, one being for the special exception to allow a building that's greater than 20,000 square feet, and one for a variance to allow the parking of the vehicles being held for sale out in the parking lot. And so this is first reading.
when we were before you on the other applications. We made it through first reading, and then just before coming to you for second and final reading on the rezoning and with the site plan requests, we had to withdraw those applications. So we are basically starting over with this. It's a redo of the prior one, and we respectfully request your support tonight.
Any other questions from council? Mr. Roth?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the changing of the zoning. I do kind of have a question with the placement of a car dealership there. I mean, we haven't seen site plan and we haven't seen any of that stuff yet. And I had concerns with it when it was proposed to go up on North Canal at the original locations as to test driving automobiles and whatnot through our neighborhoods. I'll reserve those comments for site plan. However, I'm in favor of changing the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams?
I heard you mention that the TMU which is the technology mixed use, is conducive for projects like this. Maybe to staff, even in his comment that he made, how would that be?
The TMU allows for this zoning category in it.
What is a TUM? I thought it was a technology mixed use that
Yes,
serves
sir.
software development, telecommunication,
Correct. That's the
testing, and
That's the overriding land use category, but it's implemented by the B2 zoning district as well.
And are you all going to use the same site plan that you all had before?
It's, for lack of a better word, it's the same. I mean, some of it had to change because the size and actual configuration of the lot is slightly different, but in basically all respects, it's the same thing.
How far is this from the nearest residential area?
I haven't dimensioned what that is. I believe the nearest residential area, it's either going to be further east on Lucy Street, closer to US 1, or across on the other side of the turnpike.
And how many cars will they be able to hold there once the facility is built, once the zoning is probably changed?
Grab.
The reason why I'm asking these questions, it's different from having US 1, which is, I think we're getting into, some neighborhoods is going to be mean more action within that area. And, I think I just have a little concern about that particular issue. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Well, the site plan calls for, it's a total of 528 parking spaces as it is planned right now. And this still is going through staff review and hasn't been to Planning and Zoning Board yet for review either. And that's a combination of parking spaces for cars and inventory, employee, staff parking, and of course, customer parking.
You say what will be the overage? That will be how many other, is that additional, is the 500 plus cars is also cars that will be sold or that need to be rotated out and in, or?
Yeah, that's inclusive. That's the total number of parking spaces. And, on Lucy Street, as you know, it's being widened and improved.
Yeah, I know.
As you go east from US 1, you've got commercial businesses, and that's on the Florida City side. On your side, on the north side, you've got the park, you've got I think it's the Water and Sewer Department, Public Works is there, and then the BJ's. And so I think, that Lucy Street and that area right there, and as you go south on 6, as you turn the corner, you end up down in Florida City at the Walmart parking lot. So you have an area that's pretty well developed with more commercial uses rather than residential at this time already.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, sir. Any other questions from council? Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second? Moving seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Open, I'm sorry. Pardon me. This is a public hearing. Anyone who would like to speak for or against this, you're welcome to come at this point on the rezoning from ag to B2. Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Burgess? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 12, thank you. Mr. Attorney. Okay.
Yes, the next item is tab 12. Tab 12 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning request by Chrome 2020 LLC of an approximately .63 acre parcel from the professional business restricted B1A zoning district to the restricted retail B1 zoning district for property located at 1851 North Chrome Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Joe, anything from staff?
Yes, sir, we're recommending that the mayor and council approve the ordinance change.
Sir, Mr. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is over in the Northwest District. It's on Chrome Avenue north of 15th Street. And I can tell you that the neighborhood is very energized and against this particular application. They don't support the transfer from B1A, which is professional, to the general retail. If you guys go to north of 15th Street, you'll find that majority of those businesses on Chrome Avenue are professional businesses. They're real estate, they're attorneys, they're title companies, they're not heavy retail use. South of 15th Street is where you get into the heavier retail use. But I used to live over in that area, so I could tell you that to put that type of heavier use there besides professional changes the whole feel of that community. It's an old part of Homestead. It almost feels like you have an entire neighborhood that just happens to be separated by Chrome Avenue. And so as you start putting in more of these intensive uses, it's going to start changing the entire feel of that neighborhood. So it's going to start feeling more like businesses with kind of neighborhoods behind it, and then dissecting and cutting it off. So it's a unique area that kind of has been preserved. And so the going away from or rezoning from B1A does not make sense. And I know that the neighborhood itself has expressed a lot of discontent with that concept. So I just wanted to put that on the record to start the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yes, Mayor, yes, I have gotten a lot of emails in the respect that some of the residents, my understanding, who went to the P&Z meeting objected to, and then I had a couple residents to email to say that they were for it. And then, of course, as we got here today, some of the residents actually emailed what their concerns are. And if Mr. Shelley has indicated that in his area that it would propose a different kind of change within that. My question is to the applicant, or if they're here, is that what is their intent for this particular property?
Good evening again. For the record, Jeffrey Flanagan, offices at 3399 Ponce Land Boulevard in Coral Gables, here on behalf of the applicant. The intent...
The applicant, are they actually here?
They are here. Yes. We're joined by Enrique Bello and Elizabeth Bello, who made the presentation at the Planning and Zoning Board. I was not retained on this application when it was in front of the Planning and Zoning Board. It was recently brought on board, and the intent is to develop a small community-serving retail center. And at the Planning and Zoning Board, there was quite a bit of opposition. I wasn't there. I've looked at the minutes. I counted, I think, 12 or 13 residents that got up and spoke against it. And the bulk of the concern seems to be about the more intense uses. And your B1A and B1 zoning classifications, between those and the B2, B3 are, of course, your lighter intensity uses. And the property is master plan for light commercial uses. So your future land use map contemplates the commercial uses along the Chrome corridor. I mean, Chrome is a commercial corridor. It has various uses up and down it. As Councilman Shelley, I mean, you know well, you have a lot of the retail and heavier uses a couple blocks to the south. Everybody seems to have an opinion on whether widening of Chrome is good or bad, but those plans are in play. Last I heard, and I've got plans from FDOT from October, the widening is occurring, including immediately north of this parcel. There's some property that's needed from that property owner going further north for the dedication to widen Chrome and improve the travel lanes and the turning lanes. So I don't think Chrome, for lack of a better word, is going to get any quieter as far as the traffic goes and as it goes through it. And after hearing the concerns at the Planning and Zoning Board, and the board from the minutes didn't seem to discuss anything substantively about the application. Public hearing was opened, neighbors opposed, and it was a very quick denial on that one. But after hearing the concerns of the neighbors, and Mr. Bello has met with some of the neighbors and people in the area in the past, we have, and it's not in your packet, we were able to turn it in, I think it was Friday morning, I have 2 documents, and I have copies I'm happy to hand out tonight and would like to do that. One, of course, is a restrictive covenant, and the applicant has basically taken the more intense uses out of that B1 classification and is prohibiting those uses, and those are the types of uses that the neighbors were opposed to. So hearing the concerns, let's prohibit those types of uses. Your city attorneys have not reviewed that covenant yet, so this is here on first reading. I am asking that you approve it on first reading so we can continue with the process. We can work with your city attorneys to refine the covenant. We are happy to continue to work with the neighbors. We can have a meeting, we'll sit with them, see what the continuing concerns are, and see what we can do. The property, being on that commercial corridor, now is the appropriate time for more and possible retail uses versus office uses. One of your Planning and Zoning Board members asked if a highest and best use study had been done for the property, and at that time it hadn't. So in the intervening month, the applicant retained the services of Mr. Jeff Michael, who is also here, a commercial real estate appraiser who performed an analysis, did a highest and best use study, and in sum, without reading from it, his executive summary says, in this area, the office uses, the vacancy rate is significantly higher than the retail rate and the other commercial type uses. So that tells you that there's a need and a demand for those types of commercial uses. And so now is the appropriate time.
Which type of uses is that, did you say? Which type of uses?
The commercial uses other than the office. It distinguishes between the office uses and the other commercial and retail uses. A lot of the uses in the B1 are very similar to the uses in the B1A. And for those that are retail, most of those are community serving type uses. I mean, it allows like an antique shop, a bakery. It's the types of items and places where you may go on the weekend, or as you're heading to or from the house, running other errands or going to work or what have you, that's where you would stop and get whatever it is you're looking for or you might need, versus a destination type of a piece of property. And that, of course, limits traffic trips and additional traffic on Chrome Avenue. So we agree, of course, with staff's recommendation. We do believe it's compatible with the area because of the other uses in that vicinity of Chrome Avenue. It is consistent with your future land use map and your comprehensive development master plan. The rezonings require 2 readings, and so we ask that you approve it tonight. We are fully cognizant of the fact that that does not guarantee a yes, what would be a month from now. We hope it would, and we will continue to go meet and work with the neighbors if there's continuing opposition to it, to see what we can do to continue to be good neighbors. With that, I mean, we're available for answering questions. I would like to reserve some time for rebuttal if there is opposition.
Well, would you just answer my question, though? I appreciate all that you gave, but I'm saying, could you answer my question? what will be going there? What are their intentions
There's-
for the land?
So there's no site plan drafted
I
yet.
understand.
There's no tenants that are signed up for it
I
yet. So
understand.
I can't tell you.
So how could there be a covenant of what's not going there? If you can't tell me, based on that, if you can't tell me what is not going there and what is going there, what kind of covenant are you going to work with staff on?
Well, Councilman Williams, the way the covenants work is you prohibit, if it was zone B1, we could put in, you could have a gas station with gas pumps, you could have a motel and a hotel, and those were some of the concerns of the neighbors. So what the covenant says is we're not going to do those things. The other uses that are in your, now that's only two, there's like 14 of them on here. The other uses that are in your B1A as an allowed use would continue to be allowed, and then the other lighter and less intense uses in the B1 zoning district would be, continue to be allowed. I can hand out, if I may, let me hand out the covenant so you can see what uses are being proposed to be prohibited.
So what does the applicant propose that will go there?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it will help Councilman Williams. I mean, there's a schematic that has been drawn up. This is not guaranteed as to what's going to go there, but it's a schematic for now. And Councilman Williams, I just talked to the applicant, and the plans as to what would go there would be either office or the community serving retail uses that would be allowed under the B1A or the B1 section of the code, other than what's being restricted by this proposed covenant.
Here's what I'm on. I have a recommendation. And maybe I'll just reserve it. But here's what I really respect. I think when 19 or 20 people come, not including the emails, and say that they are not in favor of this kind of usage or the zoning change, I think that's quite a bit of number. And then I hear my colleague, Councilman Shelley, raising his objections of some of that, and I've not been able to get any concrete evidence of what they intend to put there. I believe that you ought to continue your dialogue with the community so that we have a little bit better medium road here, and to find some kind of compromise. And if you're working with the staff to do a covenant, and you've just given it to us today, I'm not gonna vote on it, or it'll be no for me, if you don't go back and talk with the neighbors about, and have a real dialogue about this covenant, which you're proposing, and then come back. And then once I believe that the community has been engaged to that kind of dialogue, because that's alarming for me when 20 persons or plus, and then inundated of some of the emails that I've gotten. I've got maybe 2 or 3 that would like to change, but then the others of 19 or 20 were not in favor of it. I think that's a large amount, especially for that community, to raise those kind of concerns. So I won't be able to support it, or I would table it to the next council meeting till the dialogue takes place, and then come back and be able to see that you all have reached a medium in some of the things that the community can be engaged with, and with a definite list of what will not be going there. So that would be my motion to do, is to table it until they have a community forum.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion is made and seconded. Let me get some comments, because it's on the table, okay? Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Flanagan, first of all, thank you, because even the report that was sent, all 27 pages, is good to read as I sit up here, because it gives me insight that I don't go out and look for every day. So thank you for your applicant supplying that. But I thought I saw somewhere where they had scratched the 21,000 square foot building out, and we're going to leave the 2 buildings that were currently there on something that I read, an email or something like that, or
Not that I'm aware of. Again, it's in flux because nothing's been drawn, but
Okay.
it's, one building is what's proposed.
But I have to agree with my fellow councilman, Mr. Williams. If our staff hasn't reviewed the covenant yet,
Sure.
I don't have the ability to ask them what it means to us and what it means to the citizens. So that's why I seconded the deferral.
Understand that.
And I would hope that the dialogue with the neighborhoods can be perhaps a little more open and a little more enlightening to them as to exactly what you're trying to propose out there, because that's probably some of the problems that in my emails was, we don't know, we don't want it, we don't know, we know what we have.
Let me just, and I believe I neglected to mention, the list of proposed prohibited uses was mailed to the neighbors using the same labels, the radius list for the notification of the hearing. But because of the timing of that, they may not have only gotten it within the past 1 to 3 days or so. So we did try and get it out there as best as we could.
Right.
But I mean, we hear you. I think it's, let me just double check with the client on a deferral to the next meeting. Are we talking a deferral to the next meeting?
Well, we'd
or-
make it time positive, I believe, or times whatever it is, so the advertisement and all that doesn't have to be redone. I
appreciate
believe
it.
that's what we usually do.
Thank you.
So that would be up to the motion maker.
If you want this to come back at the next meeting as another first reading, then you would move to continue this public hearing until the next council meeting, if that's what your intention is.
And we've got a lot of people here that want to comment on this too, so we've got a motion on the table, and we'll, if we can get some more comments to that and see what the public's
I'm
saying.
fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one thing I wanted to point out to my colleagues. I met with this particular applicant many months ago now, and during that conversation with him, I specifically told him that this community was very concerned about what goes in their community, that he needed to reach out to them, that he needed to go talk to them, that this community needed to be engaged with, and he specifically told me he didn't feel like he had a need to, he wasn't interested in doing so, and so as a result, you get where we are today, and that is essentially once they find out about it, they did exactly what I knew they would do knowing that area, and that is they weren't happy with the product that was being proposed. And so, now they have somebody that can help them walk through this process. But for me, it's going to take more than just mailing out to the radius. I mean, he's going to have to schedule a meeting with the entire community. He needs to schedule it. He needs to reach out to them, not more so than just the radius, but the entire neighborhood, and make sure that the community is engaged so that when whatever comes back, it's had community input. And if the community endorses it, that's one thing. But I know from what I've heard so far, they're not interested in anything more than B1A at this particular moment in time. And the other thing too is what's been brought to my attention is the products that are in he has 2 other properties that are in the city of Homestead. He has one on the 15th Street in Chrome right there is one of his products, and the one I think on Lucy Street in Chrome is also one of his products. And so, I encourage you guys to go by and just drive by and see those products. But that's one of the things that's been expressed to me is that the residents are not happy with the products that he has currently in the city. So I just wanted to leave that for you guys to think of. But for me, for my purposes, if this gets deferred, there needs to be a notice meeting of some kind in that community, in that neighborhood. And the community center is a perfect place for it to take place and get the entire neighborhood there and get their feedback. And if he can find some middle ground and the entire neighborhood signs off on it, that's fine. But that hasn't been done to date, and that's one of the problems that's going on right now.
And Councilman Shelley, that's the intent, is to have an actual meeting. We mailed it out because that's what time had for us at that point. Not enough time to schedule a face-to-face, and that's what we plan to do, so.
Right, but even so,
We
it
will.
needs to be more so than just mailing out to the minimum. I mean,
Right.
that community is tight-knit, it's spread out wide, and it affects a lot more of the field than just the few people that are in that radius.
Right.
that are
We'll reach
legally-
out to the people we know, people tonight. Hopefully I can get emails or phone numbers, and we will schedule an actual sit-down.
Right, yeah, I think with you on board, it's going to help, though, at least go through the process, and I don't know what the result's going to be, but at least I know that everyone will have their say. So the only reason I raise that also is to say that we can defer it to a time certain, but we need to make sure that the process takes its time and they're able to effectively communicate with the neighborhood. And if that can be done by the next council meeting, great. And if it can't, then we'll have to assess it at that point. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roth?
Yeah, just real quick, I agree with everything that Councilman Shelley said. One of the things that came up in some of the conversations I had with residents that live in the northwest section was the other products that he has. I encourage you guys to drive by them and look at them before we see. I think it's, leadership by example, and you see the product that's out there now, and he's asking us to change zoning on a B1A to a B1. That's all I'll say about it. Just go by and have a look for it yourself, and you'll see the properties we're talking about. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And, the reason why I proposed to table it was because if you get a no vote, it kills it now. I'm trying to help find a medium for the applicant and the resident. And I think that if you would take this as a constructive avenue, work the process, include them, I believe that there could be some kind of medium to some point. We may not get all that they want, may not get all that you want, but I think hopefully a compromise can be reached. That neighborhood is a very old, historic neighborhood that when they get together, It's not to be taken lightly. And when they raise objections about their quality of life and what's going to affect them, they're very serious about it. So, in knowing that area and respecting my colleague who, was elected to represent those persons, this is how I work, and I believe it's a collegial effort. That if one of the representatives from each of our district or have it says, there need to be more engagement, I'm going to be inclined, after I hear the evidence, inclined to agree with my colleague because they know that Pacific area. Even though we're elected citywide, I think the voice of that community advocates a little bit louder and with a little bit more impact. And so I would just really encourage you to really, and the applicant, to really make every effort to meet just with the residents, hear their concerns, and come back, hopefully, by the next council meeting, time certain, at the next council meeting that gives us how many days, Madam? At least 30 days or so, will that do that? Will probably be more than adequate time to meet 2 or 3 meetings or however, and then, come back from there. Thank you, Mayor.
Sir. Mr. Shelley?
No,
Did you want?
No, I don't think I'd ask to be recognized.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. Williams?
It would just be a continuation, the motion would be a continuation of this public hearing so that there's no other dollars.
Thank you.
So I didn't hear it, Mayor. So this would be a continuation to the May 18th city council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I can't turn on mics. It's rejecting.
All right.
It's rejecting, so.
Mayor, since my mic's still red.
Yeah, I can't turn you off.
Yeah, I know we're deferring this. I don't know how you want to handle. We've had some people that have waited here for quite some long period of time tonight. So, yeah. So while they're here, they went through all that we had. So I don't know if you want to still hear from them now or how you want to handle it.
I only got 3 on. Let's see, Richard. Hold on. I can't turn Richard off though.
I don't want to talk.
Turn that one off. That's what I said. Turn Joe off for now.
Can't turn them on.
Usually when it says red, you talk. Used to be green. Green, go. There we go.
We're trying to get, just see if you can turn somebody on or off, because I can't turn them on or off.
Reset it.
You want to clear the queue?
Let's do it.
See, it's, okay, turn this one on.
Technology.
Let me say something while we're doing this. It's been a clear signal from me, from the community in Northwest, they don't want B1 in that area at all. It's just that's inconsistent with the way the Northwest sees that, that corridor. And that, that's the problem. They don't want what can go into a B1. So it's going to be real hard for me to even, how many more meetings can you have? And
Well, there's been, I believe the applicant and the owner has had face-to-face, like one-on-ones with some people. We haven't had, Mayor, like a town hall type or a community meeting yet. So we would greatly appreciate if council is inclined to continue the item for a month, to let us have that opportunity to see what we can do.
well, since we're having some mic trouble, that mic is hot. Let me get some public comments here.
Sure.
Because there's been people that have been waiting a long time. So I'm just going to ask, and Mr. Carter, I see Mr. Carter's here, if he could come forward. And again, I'm sorry, we'll have to talk loud from the people that don't have mics lit up. How
Hi.
you doing, sir?
My name is John Carter, and I live at 132 Northwest 18th Street. And Mr. Mayor, council members, we've lived there now for the past 19 years. I've been a homestead resident for 39 years. And we moved there because it was a quaint, quiet little neighborhood, and we just love it. You can still go out, walk around, ride your bicycles, kids play out on the roads. And on my particular street, we probably get an average of 3 cars an hour. We love it. We don't want changes. Councilman Williams, you asked him what they planned on putting there, and they couldn't answer that. But according to the B1 zoning, the city tells you what can be there. There's 105 different things that could go in there. And they may not do those. There's some that are real bad, but they could do them. In fact, if it's changed to B1, I guess they could sell the property before they ever bought anything and move on, and then the next person could go. But part of the things that they said that could be there could be boarding houses or lodging houses, cafes, delicatessens, restaurants. It could be another fine arts school or convenience store. And it says with a convenience store, it even has a possibility of gas pumps out there. And there's daycare centers, dry goods stores, drug stores, guest houses, hardware stores, grocery stores, a hotel could go there. Well, like anybody could look at it. There's motels, offices for equipment supply stores, and even restaurants with drive-throughs. McDonald's could go there. Anything. There's getting to where there's too much traffic on Chrome Avenue as it is, but we have a unique situation from 15th Street north up to 296th Street in the city limits to where we have a really nice little neighborhood. And it's, I think, a lot because there is no B1 there. I am really, really against it, and I would hope that, I'm sure we don't have as good a showing on people now because the first issue took so long, but we did this was brought up before the building and zoning, and we had a large number of our residents there. And I think the residents do stick together. We still stick together on things. But one other thing is, even when they had the thing before building and zoning and now this one, if it hadn't been for a very vigilant resident, I never got anything about it. No, I didn't know at all until I got a phone call. So I don't know who's supposed to be responsible, how that's supposed to go, but I'm 2.5 blocks from there and knew nothing about it. Now, I guess if I took the Homestead News Leader, I might could read and find something out that way. But I thought, I was under the impression that when something like that was going on in your neighborhood, that you would get a notice. And I kind of figure if somebody wasn't trying to do something underhanded, they would give us a notice. But I don't think anything's going to slip by in there anyway. But we would really appreciate it if you'd back us on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What's the radius, Joe, what's the radius for advertising? Yeah, you don't have a mic, I can't turn you on, just 500 feet, okay. Mr., is it why not? Yes, sir. Bob? Sorry. Okay,
How you doing tonight?
very good, sir.
When Stephen Shealy asked about how the community responded, we had a building and zoning meeting, and about 70 people from our community showed up, and the response from the building and zoning was unanimous, almost, except for one person. And they all sat there and said that the B1 was impertinent to be in that location. Now, the B1A is a great thing. The developers sent us a mailing saying they're going to put an auditorium possibly there, make it nice, or a Dunkin' Donuts, or anything in that arena that, I don't need a donut shop a block and a half from my house. And I don't need an auditorium, and I don't need a bar, and I don't need all the other things that come along with it, plus being right across the street from a Lutheran church. About 20 years ago, we moved into that neighborhood, excuse me, and, I really love the fact that I can go outside, and the old saying, you can drop a pin and hear it drop. Well, I could do that. I still want to do that. And I have a feeling that if this particular move was to go through, it'd change dramatically. I have a friend of mine who's also here, who lives right behind us on 19th Street. And we already have a bad enough problem with people speeding up and down that street. And the traffic in the area is just going to get far worse. So, I'd just like the consideration of not going forward with this. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you a question, because we're going to have to stop, and just in general, but we're going to have to stop and reboot the mic system so we can have everything go on the record. Is anyone here that wants to say they're against this, that makes some point that hasn't already been made? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Pedro Miranda. I live on 43 Northeast 17th Street. The issue is that they're hoping for B1 because it'll be just simply easier to rent, to get business. That's what this is all about. They're putting up a smoke screen by saying we are willing to exempt 15 of the items, the higher intense usages, just to get your vote for B1. That's all this is. It's much difficult, I would assume, to get B1A or rental lease agreements, because most of the time they want to own their own property, like we do now. Currently, the houses, like realtors, they buy the location and they don't have to rent. They own the property. So it's difficult to get people for B1A. So this is all a smoke screen. And the lawyer that's here representing the Bellows, there was no one-on-one talks with anyone. Before they bought their properties, they never knocked on any doors asking about what we thought. They assumed since this is the city of Homestead, we can pull this off and get B1. And this will be a step backwards for the city of Homestead, especially when you folks are trying to move forward with downtown area by the improvements. Enough said, I guess.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to say anything, or just want a show of hands of Mr. Jones? And then Mr. Wilkerson next.
Hi, my name's Hamilton Jones, 90 Northeast 19th Street. Just want to go on record saying that I oppose the rezoning. I speak for myself, other neighbors, and other business owners that have businesses that are very close to this property. The main point that I wanted to make was the zoning committee gave them clear direction to speak to us and really understand what we're looking for before this meeting. So giving them the opportunity to do that for another meeting is just prolonging this. So I'd ask that you make a decision tonight to deny any type of retail. That's the biggest thing, is we're against retail. So if they want to put a professional building in there, I think the community would be for that. If it's any type of retail, this group plus a ton of other people will come out to oppose that. So that's my main point.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilkerson?
Good evening. Jason Wilkerson, 90 Northwest 19th Street. I oppose the same thing as Hamilton said. I just think there's going to be too much traffic. We got a lot of kids run up and down our street, play outside a lot. At least on the weekends with the office building, they're all closed. Mr. Jones's place, the place up on the corner, they're closed, so we don't have traffic on the weekends when the kids are playing. I think it needs to remain the same zoning as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alex Garza, resident of Homestead for 26 years. I live on 101 Northeast 19th Street, land right next to the church. I strongly oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Robert Ariotti, 70 Northwest 19th Street. One thing I did want to bring up, as Councilman Williams said, that it is a very historic area that we're trying to preserve. One of the homes that's adjacent to that property was built in the 1920s. My house alone was built in the 50s, and we all come together. But another thing I want to bring up is the fact that with the expansion of the widening of Chrome, only 2 blocks north of where they're trying to change the zoning here, you see a sign saying city limits of Homestead. I don't think this is what a retail place is what we want to see, or anyone else. We don't want to give this image when they're entering our city. This area needs to be preserved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kathy Hayes, and I work at the building directly across the street from the property. And I've been hearing everything that everybody's saying. I live semi-near there. I'm about 5 blocks south. And our area off of 15th has deteriorated immensely in the last couple of years. My street was one of the last nice streets in the area south of 15th, and it's just getting worse and worse. And the tropical market that they brought in there on the corner has made the congestion terrible. So as I'm working at the building across the street, we got broken into Saturday night, or attempted a break-in. They didn't do it. But you keep saying to go look at the other properties, so I took a couple pictures. I don't know if you guys want to look at them, of some of the...
We can give them to the clerk, but when you leave, okay?
They're just showing some of the sites around the property. I don't know if he's the one who owns it, on 15th and Chrome, and there's open dumpsters with garbage, there's unmaintained property, there's bottles, and this is the storefront, which we would have to look at, which is really ridiculous in any residential area. And I'm working right across the street, and I'm there all day, and I really don't want to be looking at that. And then the last picture was yesterday morning, was the traffic at that corner already. This is already backed up from Chrome, so we're already having issues at that intersection. And when I leave there, I turn down that street and I hear what all the residents are saying, and it's one of the most beautiful areas left of Homestead. It's a transition from city to the country, and it needs to stay that way, so I'm definitely...
What was your name and address? I'm sorry.
Kathy Hayes.
Kathy Hayes.
And I work for Waltz Landscaping, which owns the building right across the street, that little green building there.
Okay, if you want to drop the paperwork off
Sure.
with the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing after the next lady. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Janice Mills, and I live at 83 Northwest 19th Street. At this point in the evening, I guess I'd like to represent all the moms that had to leave and take their kids home. But security is a big concern for us. I am also a teacher at the City Arts School that's right there, 2 blocks from this area. I can personally name 20 of my students that live within the 2 blocks to the school. And I think security is a big issue for us. It's a very family-oriented neighborhood. My husband and I bought the house 20 years ago, and as a starter home, and we've raised 3 kids in that home, and we've never left. And I oppose this completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Yvette Miranda, I live at 43 Northeast 17th Street, and I pretty much second everything you've heard, but I would like to point out that the owner in question also owns 2 other properties now in Chrome, and this is just something that would open the door for him, for the other properties. And I don't want to forget anything, I'm exhausted. I also want to say that I know that this property in question, he, I think, bought over maybe about a year ago. So as far as needing more time to reach out to the community, it's been a year. He hasn't done it. I think this is enough time. And lastly, I want to really underline that there are 105 uses under B1, 15 overlap with B1A, 15 more are overlapping but with special approval. And then he says he would do a restrictive covenant, which I don't know how that sticks to the property if he sells it the day after he gets that. I don't know if that would be a thing that he does now. I don't know how that would stick. But even if you would do that restrictive covenant, that would allow for 62 other uses that right now currently aren't there. We just don't like it. I paid more for my house when I bought it 5 years ago on that side of Kings Highway because it was nice, quiet, pretty, pleasant. Not like the south of Kings where he owns properties. I appreciate that. It's worth a lot to me. I paid like 25% more than I would have bought south of Kings. Please consider that. We're a lot of people, not just one owner.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to take a break so we can reboot the system so that the council members have a mic when we start opening up. So go ahead. You want to reboot the system now? And give us about 5 minutes to get the system working again. Okay, so let's get back to it. Where's Mr. Burgess? There he is. So you're gonna have to, we're just gonna have to work with it because I can't, I'll have to look at everybody. So we'll go back to order here. Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, after kind of hearing everyone speak and finding out that the planning and zoning had already directed them to meet with the neighborhood, and they didn't meet with the neighborhood, I mean, I'm okay with making a vote tonight, you know, rather than deferring this, because the other problem we have is you have the neighborhood showed up, they stayed late, waiting to have their turn to speak, and we know that next meeting, we're going to have an equally long discussion, more than likely, on the same items that we had this time, and they're going to have to wait again. And so I think we just take a vote tonight, but
Well, we got a
however they wanna
motion
go.
to defer on the floor, so. Mr. Williams?
Yeah, and in all intents and purposes, I was really just trying, and I understand the you know, the urgency of such, and I guess what my intention was to just try to see within this covenant of restrictions and out of the 105 uses, what they were going to perhaps put there. I was trying to just be encouraged a dialogue. If they did not reach out and the planning and zoning had somehow, you know, instructed them to do so, and they didn't do it, you know, which I didn't know that. I was just trying to spearhead another conversation for such, to just to be fair to both, trying to be fair to both parties involved. And so my motion was for the denial, well, not denial, but the deferral until May 20th. So if it's voted up or down, it's, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Mr. Mayor?
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, sir.
Mr. Flanagan?
If I may, to Councilman Shelley's comment, I've been brought on board, and I'm trying to work it through the process. So, I mean, I hear what you all are saying. We hear what the neighbors are saying. I appreciate that fully. I just respectfully request that we be given the month to see. We are, Ms. Bello, who presented at Planning and Zoning Board, doesn't remember any specific direction to have meetings with the neighbors. She's getting names and phone numbers or email addresses now for people that are here, so we have good points of contact to be able to schedule a community meeting, and I would appreciate the opportunity to let that happen.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion to defer. We have a second for deferral. No, let's just vote it up or down based on the deferral question. Madam Clerk, roll call on motion to defer.
No.
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 No. Motion to defer fails. Is there a subsequent motion?
I'd like to make a motion to deny, or I saw you have a few comments.
Mr. Shelley, you make it as a motion to deny.
Second.
Is second by Mr. Roth. Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, I just wanted to state on the record before we go through the reasoning. One is there's no other B1 uses currently on that property or on Chrome Avenue north of 15th Street, so it doesn't make sense. It's not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. That's what we heard from all the residents tonight. It's just not compatible with what's going on there right now in the current area and the current feel of that neighborhood. And my understanding from the city attorney that yes, it is a future land use of light commercial, but they're not entitled to B1 as a matter of right. Correct, James? That we can choose amongst those, the two or so uses or three uses in light commercial. And so we have the discretion to choose B1A as our choice for that particular location.
That is correct. There's a future land use map, future land use designation of light commercial that's implemented by a few different zoning districts, B1A, B1. They're entitled to a zoning category that's consistent with the future land use map, but not necessarily entitled to a higher intense use. Several factors, as you just said, go into that equation and that review with regards to compatibility with surrounding uses. So all that is factored in. So you're correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flanagan, anything else? I mean, we've got a motion on the table to deny. Moved and seconded. Any final comments from you?
I respectfully request that you follow your staff's recommendation. That is your competent substantial evidence that justifies the approval of the request. We do agree that it's compatible with the area. There are other uses up and down Chrome Avenue that are very similar, and it has been deemed to be consistent with your comprehensive development master plan. So we respectfully request a vote in line with staff's recommendation. They are your professional staff. It constitutes the competent substantial evidence that you need to rely on for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams, did you have a comment?
Yes, also on page 4, Exhibit 5 of CAR 1765, the board, planning zone recommended a motion to deny the rezoning. So professional services went against the board that the council has put in place to move this application. They moved to deny it, and yet our professionals said, yes, they are, recommended it. So I get the professionals, but then the board that we voted on, put in place planning and zoning, said no, and it was 5-1. And what I was trying to do was try to find some kind of viability to the project of the applicant and try to find a medium, and then even looking at the motion to deny the rezoning from the board, from the planning and zoning board, and then the staff recommended to bring it, recommended approval. So I tried to find some kind of medium, and my colleagues obviously did not see that. So at this point in time, there's nothing else left that we can do on this other than to go with the will of the people on this one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Wait.
Yes. Yes. I can change it.
Yeah, you can change it.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Question,
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, go ahead.
information. What is, since this has been denied, what is the recourse of, maybe this is to the attorney, of this action today or tonight?
Mr. White? Mr.
It's a
White?
quasi judicial item, so if the applicant or any third party chooses to or wants to challenge the decision by the council this evening, they have 30 days in which to file a petition for cert with the circuit court to challenge the decision. That's the recourse for this item.
Okay, all right, I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Tab 13. Who's got this? Mr. White? Yeah, you're on. Nope, you should be on.
I am now.
Okay.
Tab 13, I should say, Mayor, tab 13, tab 14, and tab 15 all deal with the same request, and it's an extension to a special exception for an interim ag use. However, they're all different applicants, so unfortunately, we'll have to do a public hearing for each. So, public hearing, tab 13 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting the request by 10 Acres LLC for a 24-month extension of a special exception approval to permit interim ag uses on approximately 10 acres of land located on the south side of 336th Street, west of theoretical 168th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Any report from staff?
Yes, sir, we're recommending approval to approve this.
Questions from council? Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to staff, since you're approving. Has anybody ridden out there to see if there's actually agriculture on these properties?
We have not done a site visit on these.
Can you tell me when the last time
Oh, no,
one
no, no.
was done?
We did do a site visit. Yes, yes, sir.
Somebody go today?
Somebody go today?
When's the last time somebody was out there?
A month ago.
And what did they see?
I'm just going to let you.
You have a hot mic there.
Go ahead.
One of the parcels is being utilized as the sales center for a community.
And on another parcel, did you go over to the north of the Budweiser plant on Canal and Kingman and look at that? If not, I've got pictures that were taken this morning.
I haven't been out there in about a month, so I don't
My
know what
issue
it
here,
was.
sir, is that we've given these people a 5-year extension. And through that 5 years, we've got no track of what they do on that property. And these applications all expired 9 months ago, if I do my math right, maybe 8 months ago. And I do not see agriculture being done on this property the way it's supposed to be. In fact, the one that's to the north of Budweiser, looks like the fence is broke down and code probably needs to go out there because somebody's doing illegal dumping on the site, along with weeds and I know for a fact that it's been at least 9 months, maybe 10 months since anything has been probably mowed out there even. It's littered with trash, overgrown with weeds, and the one that's being used as a sales center doesn't have much agriculture use to it either. So I find it very hard to give somebody the benefit of the doubt for a 2-year addition to 5 years when they can't follow the precedents, the rules that have been given to them to do it. So I'll leave it at that and reserve the rest of my comments for when needed.
Yes, sir. Any other questions from council right now? Ms. Batiste?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members. The council, Lila Batiste with the law firm of Holland and Knight, 701 Brickell Avenue, on behalf of all 3 applicants. It is my understanding at the time these applications were filed, agricultural uses were being, when the applications were filed. You can. January of 2016.
I'm here often, but I would have to strongly disagree with your comments.
Let me just say, so with regard to the parcel to the north of the Budweiser site, that property is part of a larger 23-acre piece, and a significant portion of that property is being used for farming fruit trees and vegetable crops. So it is being used.
But it's 2 different parcels.
No, it is considered
It's
one
considered
subject
one?
property for purposes of this application as well as the original application. It was one parcel. So, and the majority of that parcel is being farmed. The 10-acre site that is the subject of this tab 13 is being used to grow plantains. And the 15-acre site that is under tab 14 is being used as a tree nursery. Now, it may not. It's been used. It may not be kept up in a manner that you deem appropriate, and we can address that.
When they came in and got those, I made specific language that this needed to be maintained, it needed to be kept neat and orderly, and that it needed to have agriculture stuff remain on it. And I was promised by the applicant, and I did the same thing to the guy over behind the new palace. And they're not holding up their end of the bargain.
My understanding, and I'm not going to disagree with you, my understanding is that there have been no violations issued for the maintenance or upkeep of
Code's
this
got too many other
property.
things to worry about going out there and enforcing these type of things.
Well, I can assure you, Mr. Burgess, if that is a concern, We will bring it to the applicant's attention. That does not mean that they are not using the property for agricultural use. There have been no complaints about the uses or the properties being a nuisance to the surrounding area. And also, they are, in terms of any exemptions being granted, they are still under their general impact agreement, paying to the city any monies related to the agricultural use. So there's no adverse financial impact to the city. So there's no nuisance, there are no violations, there are no financial impacts, adverse impacts to the city.
There may be some tomorrow morning.
And
let me just interrupt.
with that in mind, I mean, I think your concern about the upkeep of the property is a valid one. I've already
Not just
brought
the
it.
upkeep, but doing actually what the intention of what of this resolution says. And that's doing agriculture on the property, not just letting weeds grow and getting a tax break, not from the city, but from the county.
But they are doing agricultural use on the property, and I want to put that on the record.
I know that you're here representing them, and I'm representing myself, and I strongly disagree, and we'll leave it at that.
Let me interrupt one second. I need a motion to extend the meeting for
Move
at least
it.
another 30. Is there a second? All in favor?
I'm sorry, I don't even know what the motion.
It was a motion to extend the meeting.
So we can
We got to make
continue
this legal.
arguing.
So we were supposed to be done at 8:30. So we're running a little long. So back, you have the floor.
Okay, no, and again, the 5 acres that you're speaking of, Councilman Burgess, is part of a larger parcel. That is for the most part being used. The majority of that property is being used for agricultural use. I have nothing further in terms of other than just repeating my position. I will, there are no adverse impacts financially or otherwise to the city. And Councilman Burgess, I will make sure that I reiterate to the applicants that the maintenance of the property is very important to you and to the other members of the council. And with that, I'd respectfully request your support for the 2-year extension.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, no, she kind of covered some of what I was saying. That was that there was no adverse and financial impact to the city, and that the ultimate determinant of whether the property owner is entitled to an agricultural exemption for any property taxes is determined by the county. And so the county would be the one responsible for inspecting it, making sure it's being used for agricultural purposes, that even if it's not, the city still retains our portion of the taxes. Although the comments or the concerns you raised regarding the sightliness of the property, I think is a code issue, but that would be something that could be addressed. But as far as the issue to be voted on, I think the city's made whole, and it's not within our purview it's the county's purview to double check that it is agricultural in use.
And on the heels of that question, why is this in front of us? Why is this in front of us if it's the county's purview? Because all we're doing in this particular case is, in effect, not collecting that tax and sending it forward to the county. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, Mayor, the reason why it's before you is because there's a structure in city code that's set up that provides that a property owner located within specified zoning districts has the ability to apply for a special exception. And the special exception is an interim agricultural use. And so that's the application that you originally voted on 5 years ago on these 3 applications. And what the city code says is that the applicant is allowed to come in and ask for an extension, one 24-month extension to the original 5-year timeframe. And so that's what's before you. When an applicant comes in for a special exception, one of the criteria is in granting that special exception that the applicant must also enter into a general impact agreement. And the general impact agreement specifies the various agricultural operations that would be permitted on the property. It also specifies that there's no net loss to the tax consequences for the city. So in other words, the city would still maintain the taxes that are the underlying zoning, whether it be residential, commercial. So that's why the application is before you. It's simply an extension to a special exception that is
Fair enough.
set up.
Any other questions from council? This is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak for or against this application? You're welcome to come forward. Close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes. Tab 14.
Tab 14 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting the request by Keysgate 3 Trust for a 24-month extension of a special exception approval to permit interim ag uses on approximately 14.54-acre parcel of land located in the southwest corner of the intersection of Southwest 328th Street and Southwest 28th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Anything additional from staff? Anything
No, sir,
new?
we recommend approval.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak for or against tab 14? Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved and seconded on 14. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting the request by Doug LLC for a 24-month extension of a special exception approval to permit interim ag uses on approximately 23.91 acres of land located within the Homestead Park of Commerce as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Anything from staff?
We recommend approval.
Questions from council? Mr. Burgess?
Put me a yes on the next one. I mean, I got the tabs 14 and 15 reversed in my mind, and I wanted to be a yes on my last vote. And then this one, because I don't believe ag is there, I'll be different.
Okay, I lost my place. We had a motion and a second. No. Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing, yes. On tab 15, I can open up the public hearing at this time. Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Tab 15? Move. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Tab 16.
Very much.
Thank you. Kenna?
Thank you. An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 22.5 Retirement Plans, Article 2 Police Officers Retirement Plan, in accordance with the favorable determination letter from the Internal Revenue Service by amending Sections 22.5-21 definitions, amending 22.527 Deferred Retirement Option Plan drop, amending 22.5-39 Contributions, 22.5-61.5 Retirement Requirements, 22.562 Optional Forms of Retirement Income, 22.564B Direct Transfers of Eligible Rollover Distributions, Section 22.569 Separation from City Employment, 22.570 Lump Sum Payment of Small Retirement Income, 22.571A Creating a new Section 22.572 Federal Tax Provisions Providing for Repeal, Severability, Inclusion in the Code, and Effective Date. It's the first reading.
Mr. Manager? Mr. Manager?
Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the attached ordinance amending the Homestead Police Officers Retirement Plan. These amendments are required in order to receive a favorable determination letter from the Internal Revenue Service. There's no financial impact to the city or to the plans as a result of these changes.
This is basically required in order for us to comply with state?
Federal.
Federal. Questions from council, Mr. Williams?
What is the, I don't sit on this pension board, what is the, is this something similar that we did before with the other one? Is
Yes.
this something similar to what we did with the?
Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, this is exactly the same changes that we made in October and November was the ordinance for the other plans and we have one more coming up. It's just we're waiting on the IRS for the language, but it's strictly language change.
Same thing that kind of what we, okay, thank you.
Yes, correct.
Any other questions? This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak for or against, you're welcome to come now. Being none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Councilman Burgess. Yes. Councilman Shelley. Yes. Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 17.
Just like to request that the manager stop harassing me while I'm trying to read these ordinances quickly by whispering blah, blah, blah. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving purchase of Precor fitness equipment by the City of Homestead from Busybody Gyms for use at the William Dickinson Community Center, authorizing implementation of the transaction and providing an effective date.
Questions, staff report, Mr. Manager? Sorry.
Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase Precor fitness equipment for the William B. Dickinson Community Center. Staff has determined that Precor fitness is used in various commercial health clubs and will provide the quality and durability needed for the community center. Staff contacted the Precor manufacturer directly, as was advised that Busybody Gyms To Go is the sole source dealer authorized by Precor to distribute Precor commercial products. Total purchase price is $53,545. Project is part of the City of Homestead's capital improvement plan.
Questions from council? There was a motion to approve. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak for or against tab 17, purchase of equipment? Mr. Hill?
Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Homestead. I reside in the city of Homestead. I oppose this particular purchase because I think that the volume of usage on the southwest side at the PAL Center in places like the FICA Williams Center, I think that we should direct some of these resources over there. I think it's a good idea, but I just think that we should reprioritize our spending and stuff because there's a tremendous need over in the FICA Williams Center, over in the PAL. This recreation is used as a tremendous crime prevention methodology in a sense or whatever, in the volume of usage. If you look around, if you come there late in the afternoon, you see tons of people out there walking, probably 50, 60, 70 people going in and out, and that equipment hasn't been changed. I think that these are quality of life issues and that we can reprioritize the way that we spend, maybe looking over. If we spend $46,000 on a chaplain for the police department, maybe we could take that money and dump it into places like the FICA Williams Center or the PAL Center. That we have tons of youth that are using the PAL Center at this time. I think Officer Robert Tate is doing a great job, but we can use a lot more money over there. This is what, these programs are making a tremendous impact, but we're not putting enough money there. So we have things like a chaplain. Police officers have a chaplain, and we're paying $46,000 for that. But at the same time, I think that we can use that in other areas. If we had just a counselor for $20,000, or two counselors over there for $20,000, that could do a tremendous, that could make a tremendous impact on our community. So I think that we should reprioritize that. Something like a chaplain, that's church and state. All of us don't agree with spending money in that particular area. $46,000 when there's a tremendous need. We're seeing all kinds of social maladjustments that are going on with our youth, and I think that we should bring that kind of money back over there. And not saying that I would totally disagree, because the people on the side with the Williams Dickinson Center is placed, they need the same amount. But I think that we should take a hardcore look at reestablishing that equipment over there because of the volume of usage.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager, this is a capital improvement project. This has been on the table for a while, correct?
Yes, and the project was approved in the capital improvement plan, so it's just implementation of this project.
Okay. Mr. Burgess.
To Mr. Maytan, what's going to happen with the equipment that we're replacing? Is it worn out, not usable? Is it something we could move?
The equipment there, it wasn't meant for the use that we get at the community center now. So it's wearing out. Some of them are broken. So we'll probably look at if we can fix them. If not, we'll salvage them through the purchasing department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. George, you said this was part of our capital improvement project, right? Now, help me understand this. The Powell Gym and the FICO Williams are two separate places. The police department still operates the Powell Gym, is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then the city parks and recs have taken over FICO Williams.
Correct.
Right. So, in FICO Williams, is there space to utilize gym equipment? Was it had any use for that?
At the computer room that we have, you can probably put a couple machines, but yourself, being at FICO Williams, we really just have the historical room, the kitchen, and then we have the main hall. And the main hall is like, we rent out it every weekend, it's packed.
And then we have the computer learning center.
That's correct. That's the room I was talking about, Councilman.
Now, at the Blakely Park, would you describe for us what was there 2 years ago, or I would say 4 years ago?
Open grass with a track.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened then?
We got a men's and women's bathroom. We have 2 playgrounds, and we have exercise equipment around the track and resurface the track, sir.
And all of that was whose idea?
Yours, sir.
Okay. So we put those things to help with the quality of life, right? Because that was a nothing there at all.
Correct.
And then we tried to improve year by year the quality of life for that area. So now this gym equipment that we're looking at has been in the plan for how long?
We put that in our CIP budget, last budget, and you all voted on it.
Okay. And so is there any plans to upgrade? Is there any gym equipment at the Powell Center?
I can't answer that question as the police department. Because I don't run it.
Okay. Is it anybody?
Powell Gym, you're asking,
Yeah,
correct?
Powell,
I don't run the Powell Gym.
Is there any gym equipment there?
Any gym equipment at the Powell Gym?
It is?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long it has been since it's been upgraded, Chief, you remember?
Gym equipment?
Yes.
It's not in poor condition.
Okay.
It's, we pretty much keep the gym equipment and the gym itself up to par, along with the outside as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Reason why I'm asking, because I know the reference was made, to such about needing equipment and all of that, and I recognize that, and I think in the fit for FICO Williams, it's not constructed as it was with the as the William Dickinson Center is. That they put a space in there just for workout equipment. In FICO Williams, you have a computer center, a historic room, and a kitchenette area, and then the main hall, and then 2 offices on the side, and that's all you can get in there. So, and then they have workout equipment and all of that at the POW that's open. Is that open to the public, Chief? Yes.
It is.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, I mean, I think we're not neglecting. I don't want anybody to think that we have neglected.
Well, it's apples and oranges, really. It's two separate things.
Right. And I think they should be quantified as such, and not lumped together as that we're overlooking one and giving enhancements to what was built for that purpose in the community center. FICA Williams was not built an institute.
Also, the Blakey Park improvements were substantially more than this. Dennis, do you remember what the costs were?
I know. I'm the one that.
I can't remember the cost, but it was a lot of money.
And also this year, Councilman Williams, we have it in our budget to upgrade the equipment over there this year as well. At the PAL gym. Oh yeah, it's part of our capital improvement project for this year.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think that will answer the question that I've had. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shelley?
Councilman Williams actually asked a lot of my questions, and I was just inquiring, making sure that the other facilities were getting equal analysis and looking at it, making sure if they needed things replaced, would they be treated fairly and equally? And he asked all the right questions and got the answers I needed, so that was all.
Just to answer one question, is that FICA Williams, and just like Councilman Williams said, it's built two different ways. And FICA Williams is rented out every weekend. It's a very busy place. The thing is with FICA Williams is more of a program area, which we have a lot of people interested in programs, which is needed space there. So that's why it doesn't have a gym or anything like that there. But that's why you have Blakey and Roby George.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Is there a motion? It's moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 18. Is that Mr. Shelley? Hold on, Mr. Shelley.
Read it first.
I'm waiting for
Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, requesting a seat on the Greater Miami Convention Visitor Bureau Board of Directors, providing for an appointment of a board member, providing implementation, providing for an effective date.
Staff have anything, Mr. Manager? No.
This was drafted as a result of the conversation at the COW meeting, and it's going to be forwarded to the Greater Miami Visitors and Convention Bureau. And we've reached out to them to set a meeting with myself and Councilman Shelley to implement this.
Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, no, I think that just quantified it all. We've already kind of discussed this item, so I'm glad to see it come forward and hope this council passes that resolution.
Mr. Burgess?
Mr. Shelley, is your tourism committee going to bring us back a recommendation that we would approve, or how do you foresee the seat being occupied?
The seat? I believe, what we talked about at the COW was that the seat would be appointed just like all our other committee seats are, and that would be the mayor would be the one that would appoint that representative from the council body. So it would be a council decision, not a tourism advisory committee decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
And on the heels of that, now, when the Tourism Bureau requested a name, did we get that ironed out about, because in the past, I think.
Well, and I think that's what City Attorney was talking about. He's trying to schedule a meeting with myself, him, and them to discuss that very item, to make sure that we figure out what are the procedures, making sure they realize that we want this to be a city seat, not an individual selected person seat, so that you do have the ability, or anybody else sitting in that seat would have the ability to put a representative in there as they need to, as it changes over. And it's always a city seat. That'll be the discussion we have.
Perfect. Any other questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time, sending a request to Greater Miami Convention Bureau for a board seat. Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Roth? Yes. Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So we've got business from city manager. Anything from the manager?
Mayor, I just wanted to say for the record, our chaplain doesn't get paid, so I know there was a reference to that. I just wanted to be on the record as saying that.
Thank you, sir. Anything from city attorney?
Yes, I'd like to request an executive session in the Perez-Molinet versus City of Homestead case. It'll be very brief, and it'll be scheduled by the clerk.
Thank you, sir. Reports from Mayor and Council, tab 19 is Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, let me get you turned on here.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, that we have been lucky enough to get a spay and neuter clinic partnership with the Miami-Dade Animal Services. And myself and Commissioner Cava are looking to put we are putting an event together, and it's Homestead Dogs of Summer. And it's a training and adoption expo put on by both myself and Commissioner Cava and the Miami-Dade Animal Services and their director, Alex Munoz. And this is going to be a free event to help educate pet owners on the importance of pet retention, which is a big thing with animal services now. They're trying to get people with pet retention, and they have, and what this means is to help them to find ways to keep their pets in their current home. If it's spay and neuter that they need, they're helping them with that. If it's food they need, they're helping them with food. So they're trying to educate people and trying to get them to keep their dogs instead of surrendering them, and this is one of their outreaches. They did an outreach like this up in West Kendall a few weeks back. At the event, we will be having training clinics for multiple dog owners, as well as the importance of veterinary care, and especially the spay and neuter. Miami-Dade Animal Services will be in attendance, as I said, along with their Hope Express, which is a vehicle that they bring around with dogs in it and cats that are out for adoption. I'm asking the city and my fellow council members to support me and County Commissioner Levine Cava with this event by allowing us to waive the fees of usage of Harrisfield Pavilion. We're asking to be allowed to do this on May the 21st between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. We are also asking that if your dog is well-behaved, leashed, friendly, and vaccinated, that they be able to attend the event. Our goal is to provide community outreach and services to Homestead and Deep South Dade residents by providing pet adoptions, dog trading for those adopters and those that need it in town, and education along the lines of spay and neuter and training of their dogs. We hope to have a veterinarian guest speaker as well as a dog wash to raise funds, pet adoptions, a Frisbee dog show that's put on a professional training dog person for, they used to be with Purina. I'm not sure if she's still with them or not. She used to travel the entire country. And also hand out information and talk up the Homestead Spay and Neuter Clinic and its participation with the county and its animal services. So we're just looking for a little bit of help on getting the fees waived, which I think is around $300 and some, Mr. Thank you. And we also are going to have some food trucks there for people, so trying to make it into a little event to help some dogs find homes. And we all know the epidemic that we have down here of the stray dogs and all that, so we're trying to help to educate the public and to find them homes and to get them going down the right line if they need help. So,
I'll move the request, Mr. Burgess.
thank you.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Any questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Tab 19 is yours as well. Construction start.
Yes, sir. Tab 20. Just to the north of my neighborhood and behind my house years ago, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was when they started building, there's many occasions where construction is supposed to start at 7 a.m. and end at 7 p.m. Those guys start 5 a.m., 5:30. I know that I've gotten numerous calls about it, and 7 a.m. is fine during the week, but I think we need to have a little stronger stance from our code enforcement that 7 a.m. means 7 a.m., and perhaps not be so cordial to them when we go out there and start to and give nice notices, but lay down the law that we have in place and start to fine them. I would also suggest and would like to see about changing the code to where they must stop at 5 p.m. so that when people come home in the evenings during the nice times of year or any time of year, they can sit in their backyard without having to hear the bulldozers, the dump trucks, the dust, the horns that go back and forth when they're backing up and all that. And then I'll take it a couple of steps further if my council will allow me to. I'd like to say that they're only allowed to work from 9 till 4 on Sundays. People that are home and want to sleep in on a Saturday and Sunday, if they're adjacent to any kind of construction site, are awoken on every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. And I've heard many complaints as it's been going on next to us. And then in the evenings, if they want to have a function in their yard on a Saturday afternoon, the trucks or bulldozers may run till whenever they feel like stopping, up till 7 p.m. And I would like to say that on Sundays, there should be no construction traffic at all on work sites. and that's what I would propose. I know that we would have to take it to Development Services, but I wanted to get some feedback and see if anybody supports me, especially since the building is mainly in my area. Councilwoman, Vice Mayor Faircloth has gone home for her birthday celebration. But, we've got a big development coming at Trio Kingman over there off of Kingman. Next, it backs up to many residents at Northgate. With the stuff that was sent on down to the next step tonight, there's going to be a lot more construction over in that area, and I just want to get a grasp of it before it really busts loose over there and we have no control, or these projects are in line and it's kind of hard to change their mentality as they've already started a work process. So, thank you, Mayor.
Any comments from council? Mr. Shelley?
I haven't even pushed my button yet.
You reached for it.
I started to, but I wasn't sure yet. I mean, I don't have a problem having more discussion on this. I need more information. I need more idea of how this actually affects their operations as far as the development goes. I know sometimes with contractors, they get backed up and they have to work almost 24 hours a day to kind of make their timelines and not get penalties and other things. So those are the only things I'm concerned about. I want to see how that gets handled, how other cities have handled this or other jurisdictions. But I think bring it back and let's discuss it. I'm open to learning more about it and seeing if there's an issue that we can find a solution to, or maybe general rule with an exception that allows for under certain time constraint circumstances. So yeah, I'm okay with learning more about it.
All right, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question would be, if this, after it comes back for discussion, we decide, or the Development Service bring them back, what about persons who are already in the process have already?
Well, obviously, we'd have to put a start date on it.
Okay.
Obviously, like not singling them out, but Trio Kingman hasn't started any landfill or any of that stuff yet. So obviously, this would take several months to get through the works, and we would have to allow people that are there already. But as new people come online, then we would be able to rein it in and perhaps satisfy the neighbors that have been voicing their opinions and being impacted by this.
Okay. And so my next question probably for staff then. When they built this city hall or building the police station, how did they have any hours, or how did that? We as a city, as building our buildings, are we setting a precedent?
Let me clarify.
No,
I'm not talking about construction inside of a place. I'm talking about the heavy equipment that shows up and dumps the fill and the bulldozers and stuff like that.
Okay. But I'm saying, how did we practice what this may affect? Anybody know? Can anybody answer that?
The guy in the blue shirt can tell you when they worked.
Mr. Manager, Julio? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hang on, you're not on yet.
Can't get you on. Yell, just yell. Can't get you on.
Yeah, for the most part, the work here went in about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Basically, it was the site was empty at that time. Not to say that there had been occasions when things had to be done at night for certain reasons, or
There you go.
Road work. Like I was saying, for the most part, the work on this site would end about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There would be basically no operations going on at the time. That's not to say that on some occasions there were some times when we would go over to later on, depending on deliveries and things like that, or if we needed to disrupt traffic or anything of that nature, we would make sure that we would schedule those when there wasn't a lot of traffic on the road. So, but yeah, for the most part, we would adhere to the time.
The reason why I asked Mr. Burgess was not that I'm not a supporter. I just wanted to make sure that nobody can come and say, well, the city, did not, go by such. And so if we have a practice now, and then we, like everybody else, to conform to, I think we, as an example, have set that. That's all I was trying to get them to. But I'd support, bringing it back and having more dialogue
Yeah, and I'm mainly talking about the fill process, because that's when the noise, that, and I guess the pad pouring, when you have the heavy trucks that are coming and going, and nothing against those guys, they get paid by the mile, they want to start early and end late, because the more miles they drive and the more loads they dump in a day, the more money they make. And, but, we also have to be cognizant of what our neighbors are going through, and pay attention to what it does to the quality of life around us. while we
No,
have
I'm
this
in
building
support
going.
of bringing it
Thank
back.
you. Thank you.
And I guess one thing we need to think about too, in part of the discussion, because I agree, let's have the discussion, but just with the issue that was talked about tonight with regards to the Budweiser guys. They operate very early in the morning and they operate very late at night. And, the deliveries that go into Publix, there's other uses that are out there that I think let's have the discussion, let's talk about all of that, because I think that we could try to be even. I know where you're going exactly, and I agree with you, but, and maybe the attorney can chime in, but could we get ourselves in a situation where, maybe we get looked at being treating one unfairly and one not? I'm just throwing it out there, I don't know.
Well, it's very common for jurisdictions to have different noise criteria for different types of activities. For instance, for drilling and using loud equipment outside, they might have one set of criteria. For interior work, they have another set of criteria. And so that would go basically it's usually under a noise ordinance, but you can set hours for different types of activities.
And I agree with obviously it's light much earlier now, and so everybody's getting out extremely early, and it's causing problems. But I'm certainly for the conversation.
You can also have different hours for different days. For instance, weekdays, certain hours, and then Saturday, certain hours, and then Sunday, certain hours. And as long as they're uniformly applied to various categories, then you're fine.
All right, so, Mr. Manager, we're interested in that conversation, bringing something back. Okay, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything else, sir? Mr. Shelley?
No, nothing.
No business, Mr. Shelley?
Sure I do, but
Mr.
I'm gonna go home.
Maldonado has left. Mr. Williams, tab 21?
Yes, yes, Mayor. See, this is one of those ones that you put up in the first part of the meeting. Yeah, when you got the residents here to talk about. So I like many of you probably, I received the email out from FP&L. I'm not going to mention the newspaper because they're not credible to me to even mention. But articles were placed in circulation of such, and then I got emailed with talking points about the Biscayne Aquifer and all of those things that were happening, and so when they emailed me, I emailed back. I think the vice. I moved, Mayor, that we extend the meeting for
Thank
another
you. Is there a second?
15
That's
minutes.
30 minutes?
15.
Not to exceed
Oh.
30.
30.
Not to exceed 30. Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. And-
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
And I asked them to take it a step further to come and proactively present to the council and to us and the community of such, what's the real issues. And so we actually started this in March, and I don't know why it didn't. I think the conversation was had last week sometime, but didn't make it onto the agenda until. So it wasn't an emergency that I added on the agenda at the last minute because I was trying to honor the protocols of what was established a couple weeks ago. So, but I invited FP&L, and I thought it was a part of my responsibility as the liaison to the committee, what's that committee, Mayor, you gave me? The Green Initiative Committee. So that they would be here to make a report of what the facts and status is of such accusations that were made. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Soul.
Well, Mayor, council members, thank you. My name's Mike Soul. I'm Vice President, State Governmental Affairs for Florida Power Light. I do appreciate the invitation to come speak with you today to give you an overview of the conditions at Turkey Point Cooling Canal System, as well as actually talk about the actions that we have been taking over the last several years. I do want to be respectful of your time, so I may zip through some slides, but please don't hesitate to ask questions because I'm sure there may be content that I've moved over. 4 points, members, that I want to make sure are very clear. First point, what is the cooling canal system? A lot of people have seen in the media that the cooling canals are leaking. That's not true. The cooling canal system is an unlined industrial wastewater facility. It is designed to have exchange with the groundwater. Otherwise, the cooling canal system wouldn't work. If we didn't have water inputs from groundwater into the cooling canal system or the ability for water to leave the cooling canal system through the groundwater, it would be ineffective. So this is a part of the design and has been operated in that way since 1973 when it was completed. Unfortunately, that design over the last 40 years has resulted in formation of a hypersaline plume. That hypersaline plume occurred as a result of conditions in the canal slowly over the years since the early 70s becoming more and more salty as a result of the evaporation in the cooling canal system itself. As we've moved on, we've been able to more recently actually identify that hypersaline plume, and that was because of increase and expanded monitoring that we initiated in 2010 that gave us better information and the ability to understand the extent of the saltwater migration. One point that I do want to be very clear about, please know that connection with groundwater, we think of the Biscayne Aquifer and we think it's a freshwater aquifer, correct? We all acknowledge that the Biscayne's fresh. Well, on the coast, it's not. On the coast of most of Florida, immediately on that coast, you have what we call saltwater intrusion. That is a natural occurrence. It's as a result of the bay interacting with that groundwater, and you see that across the entire state. In this condition, we were actually discharging or connecting saltwater to saltwater. The challenge over those 40 years has been the increase in the salinity in the canals, and that's something that we are and have already addressed. More recently, one of the issues that has come up, and that was as a result of Miami-Dade County requesting us to do some expanded monitoring in Biscayne Bay, is we also were able to identify ammonia, hypersaline groundwater, as well as tritium located in some discrete remnant canals. And I'll show you a picture of this to give you a sense of the extent of this. Again, this is not a discharge to Biscayne Bay. What we have is groundwater connecting to the surface water as a result of these remnant canals that have been constructed. And finally, actions taken. These are the most important things. What has FPL done to address these issues, as well as what is FPL going to do to ensure that we remediate this hypersaline plume? With that, let me hit a couple of additional slides. This just gives you an overview. I'm sure most of you, being local here, are familiar with the cooling canal system. It operates basically like a radiator. Water comes in on the east and runs through the cooling system. And I want to point out that under no time does the cooling canal system water touch the nuclear equipment. These processes are separate. It is a cooling system, so it is not part of that. Finally, it is closed loop. There is no discharge to Biscayne Bay.
Say that again.
There is no discharge to Biscayne Bay from the cooling canal system. It is closed loop. There is no water that is taken from Biscayne Bay surface waters, nor is water put into Biscayne Bay surface waters. And let me move on. Why does the cooling canal system exist? Real briefly, originally in the late 60s, early 70s, the operation of the Turkey Point facility was a once-through cooling system. And this means that water was taken from Biscayne Bay to cool the plant, and water was discharged to Biscayne Bay. However, there was concerns about the thermal discharge, basically the temperature. And as a result, under a DOJ, Department of Justice consent decree, the cooling canal systems were required to be constructed. It's also worth noting that oversight on this project has been very thorough. We have multiple permits, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit from the Department of Environmental Protection, which is actually a federal permit. We also have oversight through the Power Plant Siting Act, Governor and Cabinet action, which includes conditions of certification on how to operate the system. Finally, South Florida Water Management District also has a separate agreement with Florida Power and Light reviewing the conditions at the site to include management of the salinity. The only thing I want you to be aware of is we have been monitoring this since the 70s. The important thing is expanded monitoring occurred in 2010. That expanded monitoring was significant and included the actual monitoring using tritium as a tracer to better identify whether the water that was in the groundwater adjacent and underneath the cooling canal system was coming from the cooling canal system. We have been doing marsh and ecological monitoring, both in the wetlands to the west of the cooling canal system and in Biscayne Bay. And 5 years of solid data shows there is no impact to the marsh, there is no impact to Biscayne Bay. And finally, that data has been made available to the regulators as well as to the public, biannual reporting that we've been doing, and we've been very transparent. 4.5 million data points per year. So, what does this mean? If you look at the slide that's before you, the red line indicates the latest saltwater intrusion that's been published in this region. And you can see when you look at this slide that if you look in the north part, in Hialeah, the yellowish oval / circular areas are the well fields. These are well protection areas that Miami-Dade puts out and ensures that those water resources are protected. You can see how that saltwater intrusion has been influenced by many things. If you look to the north, the Hialeah region, you can see how you have saltwater intrusion moving towards the well field, and that's because of the well withdrawals actually will pull saltwater intrusion. If you look more in our area to the south, immediately adjacent to the cooling canals, you can see Card Sound Canal, and you can also see this wedge of saltwater intrusion going up Card Sound Canal. Well, this is a normal feature associated with our flood control systems. And early on, we didn't put saltwater plugs in the flood control system, so saltwater wedges would go up those canals during times of high tide. This would exacerbate saltwater intrusion. Unfortunately, what we found as a result of this more recent monitoring is a hypersaline plume has formed underneath and beyond the boundaries of the cooling canal system. That is the blue dashed line, and I don't know which one is the pointer. I shouldn't have done that. That is the blue dashed line that's immediately to the west and north of the cooling canal systems. And just to make sure we're oriented, and that doesn't work either. So the cooling canal systems are on the very bottom of your slide.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions on that? I know that was a lot of information to kind of hit right up front.
No, question, Mayor, I don't know how this will work with the city. Will we be able to make this presentation available online? Maybe that's a question to the manager. It wouldn't pose a conflict?
I mean, we can put anything we want on there. The likelihood is that what we could probably do, since he's making this presentation, is we can just put a link on. If you want to see the FPL presentation from the council meeting, click here, and then it'll go right into the video so that it's more their presentation than it is ours.
Is that viable? Would that be permitted?
I'm confident that your ability to live stream this is your public open record, so.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is because, as he's wrapping up his presentation, I want to make it available so that those who may have missed it, can't go through the YouTube and find it, but if we can have a link on our website that points to this presentation, that would be what I would recommend, if that's all right with my colleagues, and we can do that, if that's possible.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So the last thing that I just want to point out is, as a result of the hypersaline plume, FPL is taking aggressive action. One of the issues that was originally addressed was an administrative order of enforcement that was issued by the Department of Environmental Protection in 2014. There's been a subsequent consent agreement with Miami-Dade as it relates to conducting some additional work, and I'm going to touch on some of those actions real briefly for you. The next slide is an animation that actually shows, and it's not going to work, so I'm going to move on. This slide actually shows one of the actions that we have taken to help address the saltwater plume. Anybody that's been associated with remediation activities, the first thing you have to do is remove the source. When you look at the top slide, this is showing you after 1 year, after we freshen and maintain the cooling canal systems basically as the same as bay water, you can see improvement immediately. This two-dimensional model also shows what happens after 5 years. You can see significant improvement underneath the cooling canal system, and you can actually see some improvements to the both east and west of the cooling canal system. This was the first thing that we proposed and have already taken significant action. As you can see, the red line on the top of your slide is the actual salinity conditions in the cooling canal systems. The small bar charts underneath are actually the water inputs. The point that is important to make is as early as July 2015, roughly a year ago, salinity in the cooling canals were roughly 95 parts per thousand, or PSU. Today, they are in the upper 40s as a result of actions that we have taken to reduce that salinity to improve the conditions. However, just reducing the salinity for many was just not enough. So we have also agreed with Miami-Dade County to actually do extraction wells. What the blue bars indicate is a small extraction well. The blue bar on the right would go down into the Biscayne, withdraw in the groundwater, the hypersaline water, and remove that and dispose of it into the boulder zone or the deep aquifer. And this is over 3,000 feet deep, multiple confining layers between it and drinking water resources. So by remediating it and removing that hypersaline water, we remove our impacts to the saltwater intrusion. One of the obligations under the Miami-Dade consent agreement is we have to pull all of that back to our property boundary. And this is a legally binding agreement that we have with Miami-Dade County that we're committed to uphold. With respect to the nutrients, this is what sounds scary, but in all reality is actually something that is not surprising when you look at the bay and you look at where the groundwater is. And I'm just going to show you a cross section here. These are deep canals that are immediately adjacent to the cooling canal. They're not connected to the cooling canal systems. They're remnant. They were remnant from the time where we were once through cooling, and we have now cut them off and disconnected them. However, they stay there and they're deep. They're 25 feet deep. Biscayne Bay in this area is roughly 6 feet deep, so it's like a dead-end canal. And unfortunately, these dead-end canals don't get a lot of flushing. And when groundwater conditions are such that that groundwater comes up as high as where these are, you see some groundwater exchange. Fortunately, where we're finding the high ammonia or the elevated levels of ammonia, it is only on the bottom of these canals. It is not as you go up in the canals. It's very stratified. And that helps demonstrate that it is not significant exchange with Biscayne Bay. We have already also taken action to help remediate these. We have already installed an extraction well adjacent to one of these canals, are pulling that water out and putting it back into the cooling canal system. While we only have 2 days' worth of data to be able to identify the efficacy of it, we have seen reduction in the ammonia levels in these canals. So going forward, I'm just going to be real quick. Our long-term strategy has been to keep the cooling canals fresh, so we stop the source of hypersalinity into the groundwater. We're doing a recovery well system to actually eliminate the hypersaline plume outside beyond the boundaries. And finally, we're addressing the nutrients in these deep cuts through a couple of means. One is through an extraction well, and the other is anticipating to fill these in and restore them to grade. And I'm going to hit the most important issue and the following takeaways. Drinking water is safe. Drinking water has not been impacted by the hypersaline plume. There is not now, nor will there be any lasting impacts on Biscayne Bay. We intend to work with our regulators to ensure that the corrective actions are taken and that we eliminate our contribution to the saltwater intrusion. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. Could you quickly, what was the main issue that you all were, the erroneous information or accusation was targeted for you all that made you all respond to these things?
Councilman Williams, the main issue was in 2010, we expanded our monitoring to better understand whether or not the cooling canal system was contributing to saltwater intrusion or a hypersaline plume. As we pointed out early in the discussion, I did so very briefly, saltwater intrusion is a complex thing. There are many factors that influence saltwater intrusion. That includes well withdrawals, water flood control issues, and whether or not we were definitely contributing to saltwater intrusion was not clear until this additional monitoring took place in 2010. While it was intended to be a 4 or 5 year monitoring, based upon the results that we had seen in the first 3 years, the regulators came to us and said, look, we don't have all the answers, but there's enough here to say it's time to go ahead and do something. We agreed and began initially putting together plans and strategies to address the issue. Unfortunately, while we started in 2013, litigation significantly delayed a lot of our actions. Fortunately, much of that litigation is gone and we're able to move forward again.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Sir, appreciate the update.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Roth, anything?
Nothing.
I've got 3 things real quick. I want to just announce that we've got, the police department is requesting 2 additional special masters, so if anyone knows who would like to be on a special master, have them apply. You all have the list of the appointments to the different boards. Is there a motion to approve? Moving seconded?
Yes, Mayor,
Williams?
yes. I'd like to, there's one that's not on the printed list, but I did add it with the resume of Michael Anthony Stiles Jr. To be added onto the list. And that'll give me 7 persons, and all of them are residents.
And this is on which board again, Mr.?
Southwest Advisory
okay.
Committee.
All right, sir. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Last thing, I just want to remind everyone, the State of the City's on the 26th. It's going to be held at the Seminole Theater, inside the Seminole Theater. So there's a website process to, not for the council members, but for the public who wants to go and participate. So, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
A second, all in favor?
Aye.
Good night.